Guys, I got Chad Wallace of Spray Signs, a very simple guy with a very simple name. How you doing, brother?
Good. How are you?
Good, man. So yeah, we were chatting a little bit, laughing off camera, things we will not repeat in public. But good to have you, bro. I've been watching your stuff. You know, you showed up on the scene. I'm watching you post all of your art and design. I said, man, that is so cool, because I've seen a lot of artwork in my life. I used to actually sell back in the early 90s. You're from Ohio. You probably know them if you're in the art world. I used to work for Solid Light, Christian t-shirt company.
Oh, okay.
You know Airwaves? They make
Nope.
Airwaves is the largest maker of transfers in the world. The owner became born again, and then he started Solid Light, a Christian t-shirt company.
Okay.
I used to sell to all of the Christian camps in the country. And yeah, so I'm familiar with the challenges of an art business and selling art and selling graphic design and all that. It was a tremendous challenge. Plus, I originally started, believe it or not, my first job in this world, my first real paying job, was as a commercial printing salesperson.
Really?
So I sold envelopes and business cards door to door. So,
wow.
Yeah, to commercial business. I was 16 at the time. I don't think I could drive. And I got the job selling door to door. So when people talk to me about selling door to door and how horrible it is, I said, guys, that was one of my first jobs. So I'm familiar with, the process of what you do. But what you can't duplicate is creativity.
Right.
And that's what people think. It's about the printing. It's about the equipment. It's about, if you don't have good art, you can't sell it. Nobody's going to buy it. So
exactly.
So the creative part is the challenge of finding people that can pull that off and do the creative work. And I got to work with very talented people who could do some really neat stuff in the t-shirt business.
Right.
And that was one of probably the funnest jobs I ever had. I mean, it's funny because all the funnest jobs I've ever had are the ones that pay me the least.
Yeah, it usually works that way.
And it was the most rewarding, like, selling Christian t-shirts all over the country to camps. That was a blast, but it wasn't going to make me $200K a year unless I was willing to travel and visit them and all that. And the company wasn't going to do that. The second most rewarding job for me ever was when I was in ministry, youth ministry. And I was in youth ministry probably for 15 years. And then finally I became a youth pastor. And that was 4 years of the most rewarding, but it didn't pay the bills. 65 hours a week to make like $8 an hour, I think I was making when I ran it out.
I think that's about what I get now.
Yeah, right. Well, that's what I got in my first 2 to 3 years in business. So it's all, but cool, man. So let's talk about this incredible business you got right now, which you keep I keep seeing your artwork constantly coming up, and you've grown quite a bit. You've got a lot of signs behind you.
That's part of one of my walls.
One of your walls. Okay.
Oh yeah. We have like 3 walls right now.
Yeah.
So the wall goes, all the way.
All right.
Kind of get out of the way.
Yeah. Cool, man.
So that's just in my office. So I usually put the ones I like the best in my office. So.
Okay, cool.
Be creative.
Yeah, no. So when did you get this thing off the ground?
Oh man, I could tell you the exact day. September the 1st.
Okay.
2020.
Okay.
So yeah, so we
recent.
just started our 3rd year.
Wow.
So we just finished up our 2nd year in business. So from the day that's the day I sold my first sign. So technically, we signed the lease in our building April the 1st, April Fool's Day, which should have told me something. Of 2020. And yeah, to get to the point where we sold our first sign was a struggle.
I bet.
A struggle and a half. If there was something bad that could happen, if it wasn't for bad luck, I would have zero luck at all, you know.
Right? I know everything that guy Murphy, he's right there burning in hell, right there. Because, you know, it's like, what were you thinking when you wrote that law? Yeah. So, but no, so how many actually have you sold since you opened?
I don't know.
You don't know?
Yeah. You know that song with Kenny Rogers, you know, you got to know when to hold them, know when to fold them.
Right.
Don't count your money while you're sitting at the table thing.
Right.
I never count my signs. So
really? Okay.
No. We have 2 full walls, just full of signs. And I started a 3rd wall. And then we have a different wall for door hangers. And a different wall for Google reviews. So I thought it was really important to start posting our Google reviews.
Yeah.
And putting them on the wall. Because, and I mean, I'm speaking for myself. Okay. There are a lot of times where I will get very discouraged and deal with some depression issues.
Right.
Okay. And there are really, you know, 2 main things that kind of pull me out. Well, 3 main things that really pull me out of it. A, all these signs behind me. 2 is that Google review wall. Because every day I will walk past it and I look for a second and read 1 or 2 of them. And it'll remind me about that customer. And it'll remind me what I went through to get their job done and to do a good job. Okay. And the 3rd thing is my wife. So, you know, a lot of times we're famous for going to the swimming pool and just, that's where we could sit and chat. And I can kind of, you know, dump on her all the struggle I went through that day at work or what I'm going through. And she kind of, you know, it's not that she says anything. She just listens, you know, and it's just having that support.
Yep. So, no, I get it.
Yeah.
Yep. No, I know, because a lot of the times, a lot of the things that I've had to do, I've had to tell it to myself. There's just nobody there to listen.
Right.
You know, even the cat just looks at me and, you know, like, and I don't even have a cat. So
your imaginary cat doesn't listen.
My imaginary cat, nobody listens to me. So it's like, people ask me, bro, how many subscribers you have? How many followers you got? Honestly, a lot of the times I don't even know. I don't even bother. Like the other day, I got a notification from our video. We have a company that, you know, helps us do our video SEO. Okay. And gives us the software to do it. And they sent us they keep, you know, sending me reports, and it's just, this one popped up on my email and it says, congratulations, you know, got 1.5 million downloads on our Nature Pest channel. Okay. So that's our company channel for my pest control company. And I'm like, oh crap, that's awesome. You know, and I posted it that, and, you know, and how many downloads you have on your Pet Key podcast. I don't know. I don't need, honestly, I don't even worry about it. Right. I just worry about, this is one of those jobs that doesn't pay anything either, that I enjoy. It produces zero money, but honestly, the reward, and a lot of this I do for selfish reasons. You know, I'm honest. This is a lot of therapy for me a lot of the times. Right. Talking about the struggles, the situation, because there's other people struggling with it, and sometimes you think you're the only one, that nobody understands. Because when you're a business owner, really 99% of the people around you do not understand. Sometimes even your spouse doesn't even understand what it is that you're struggling with, and how this is totally different from being an employee. You know, the moment you have a payroll to meet, it's, you know, every week going, crap, we got to meet payroll. And that's really the biggest, out of all the things that bother me the most is that one, because, you know, whatever, a credit card bill, a car payment, you know, if it's late, you pay a penalty and no big deal. But if you're late on your payroll, your people suffer. And that's the biggest thing for me, has always been the payroll is, you know, it's got to be there. And, you know, you see me sometimes during the middle of the week, hey, calling people, hey, pay up. Staying on top of our receivables, so that, you know, we don't get backed up. And that's our, you know, that's one of my biggest jobs now is, you know, the sales, receivables, things like that. I got the text now that, you know, they're pulling off the work. I'm still doing work. I'm doing work about 3 days a week, going out, doing difficult initials, things that I'm like, this is the signs. Because my techs have an issue with like telling people, no, we're not going to be able to pull this off, and walking away. And so I've taken a lot of that burden off and said, look, you know, if you feel that this is an impossible situation, you need to let me know. But they're terrible at telling people no.
Right.
And so I have to, once I get on that phone and I say, no, this looks like this is going to be a headache. Let me inspect it first. And if I have to turn it down, I will. So I'm doing, so also my tech is full. One of them is completely full already. And the other one is very limited in what he can do, because he's a lawn guy. Okay. But he's actually good with German roaches. So but he hates doing doing just cleaning, sweeping, and spraying. That detail work is very bad for him. He just doesn't like it. For some reason, he's good with the roach jobs, which is odd. I'm trying to figure it out, but he's good at it. So I give it to him. Right. And things like that. And then I'm going out and doing these inspections, especially like landscape inspections. I get very complicated. You know, these are $400 a month lawns, which are mostly jungles with plants. You know, that somebody installed. I had this lady, just to give you an idea. I don't know if you're familiar with South Florida. This is in the Coconut Grove area. Very, you know, right on the bay, you know, multi-million-dollar home. Just, I can't get my grass to grow. I look from the sky, I take a snapshot from the sky, and I said, well, that's because you have no sun coming in. It's a jungle. Literally, you can see the house surrounded like a jungle. So I looked down, I said, nah, I got to go there before I quote this and take a look at everything. And I get there, and she's complaining about every little detail on her plant. And I'm looking at this landscape, and I'm looking at, you've got 40, 50 palm trees in here. You've got all of this, and then you've got this little bit of lawn, like literally like 200 square feet of lawn that is all shaded. It's never going to grow. You're going to replace it every year. And the only problem she really has are snails. Okay. And on these plants, and it's snails, and they're eating them up. And I said, the only way you're going to do this is weekly apply a product. Right. I mean, if you want to pay me $129 for me to make a trip out here every week to apply bait for you, I will. But just, well, I can't deal with it. I want it solved quickly. And I'm looking at this garden. I said, you know, how bad do you think this garden is? And she's like, it's terrible. And I look at it and I said, on a scale of 1 to 10, it's a 9 to a 9.5. She wants perfect. And I says, yeah, I know, I'm a perfectionist. I says, you can't get perfect with natural. You've got 100 plants in here, red flags all over the place. I said, I can never please this customer. Right. I was just honest. Listen, no way that we can fix any of your problems. My tech would have sprayed it and then deal with the callback when she's complaining every 5 days of why something is imperfect. And that's why, and this would have been like a $400 a month client. And I said, even if I charge you $400 to $600, I can't fix these issues. Right. And so I just walked away from that deal. If I would have had a salesperson, he would have sold it. Oh, yeah. And I would have ended up with the headaches. And this is what we talk about, where, you know, how come I don't have all these headaches? I can walk away. Once I hire a salesperson, you know, you can't muzzle an ox while he's treading. Right. I got it. He's going to sell it. I'm going to go out there and tell the client, we should have never sold this. And I'll have to eat it and still owe him his commission. So these are the things that I'm managing, but 1 to 2, 3 a day tops. and decide whether I want the client or not, and be that picky. Who turns down a $400 a month client? I'll do it every single day of the week. I got 3 more calls this morning. Crawl spaces. The house is surrounded, having mosquito problem. 23,000 square feet, and there's like like 2,000 square foot home nestled like right in the middle, and around it, it looks like canopy jungle, like in South America.
Oh no.
We're never going to solve anything for that client. Mosquitoes. She's like, I got mosquitoes. No kidding. You need a chainsaw. You don't need a mosquito program. You need a chainsaw. So
Exactly.
these are the calls that we get. And the reason is they've already gone through 4 or 5 companies and nobody solved it. And they're expecting us. And I'm going to be the only one to tell them, listen, we're never going to make you happy. Nobody can.
Right.
The house is a 1964 house. It has a crawl space. They're going to have to do vent work. It got a pool. It's all complicated. So, these are the challenges that us as owner operators have, that when you start scaling,
right,
you only, if you don't manage those problems in the beginning, then you only scale those problems.
Right.
Yep. And I don't want to have ulcers and I'm too old to start doing drinking and Coke. I'm too old to start a habit at this age, bro.
Exactly.
So I get you, the whole issue that, and I look at a lot of the things, but the ones that, you said you have your wall of reviews. The ones for me are the messages I keep from technicians who are actually working for other companies.
Okay.
And going, you've inspired me, I'm trying to do all these things. And then they get backed up into a wall where they're like, yeah, but the owner isn't really interested in doing any of this.
Right.
He's going to continue to do it his way. I got guys calling me and say, I can't believe that my service manager told me to use an off-label product or use it against the label, because they sold the contract and I'm stuck in the middle.
Right.
So I look at all those problems and those are the ones that motivate me. And says, bro, you motivated me to start my own business. You motivated me to quit and start up. I had enough. And, I've literally had actual podcasts because I heard this one podcast. That's the one that got me to start up.
Okay.
So those are the things that motivate me. But sometimes, is anybody listening? Does anybody care?
Right.
I don't have sales matrix to measure it. It's the fact that I'm actually helping people.
Right.
I look at, and a long time ago, one guy pointed out, says, Frank, you realize that what you're doing is a ministry. And we don't think of ministry like this. We think of ministry Sunday morning in a church somewhere.
Right.
We don't think that this is our service to a lot of people. So yeah, bro. So it's encouraging. You got to figure out what gets you encouraged, because yes, a lot of the times I feel like I'm schizophrenic.
Right.
That I have this multiple personality disorder, because the sales guy in me says, close the deal. The tech side of me says, you'll never do it. The business side says it's a bad idea.
Yep.
And we're constantly this is struggle. And then I gotta pay the bills and say, yeah, but if I don't, then we won't, have enough money this month for this, and we can't expand, and we can't. And it's always this, and I don't have anyone that I have next to me that can say, objectively evaluate it.
Right.
Because yeah, we can go on Facebook and everybody can give you ideas, but there's a lot of things that you can't disclose on, because you've got different dynamics going on and things like that. So I get it, brother. Having that person to talk to that just sits there and listen, even if they don't understand what you're doing, what you're going through, but it does matter to have it. And a lot of the times, fortunately for me, I haven't had it in a long time. I've had to, figure it out, suck it up, man up and figure it out. And, now I'm in a good relationship, it does, and vice versa, the struggles that she goes through and at her career, she's at a totally different level. I don't know how I keep telling her, says, you know how smart you are, and what are you doing with me? Because she really is really smart. So you started in 2020.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
What made you start up?
Oh, man. Wow. We're going to leave the name of my old employer out of this, okay?
Okay, fair enough.
Because I have been threatened by said old owner in multiple ways. Anyway, I work for another company doing these signs.
Right.
And I'm going to say one of the things that's different about me, about my company is, listen, I'm an artist.
Right.
I just happen to own a printing company. Okay. My mom, ever since I was old enough to be put in a playpen, my mom owned a printing company. And she used to set my playpen up in her printing shop. Okay. Wow. And I went to work with her like every day. And as I got older, I would play with the printing equipment, the paper cutter, the drill press, stuff like that. She told me how to do paste ups like old school back in, the 1800s.
I remember doing paste ups. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's how I started, was when I was a little kid. And so I was always brought up around printing. Okay. As I started to get a little older, I am, when it came to like algebra 1, math to me did not make any sense.
Yeah, I still don't. I don't get it. I get you.
You can't add letters to the alphabet. It's impossible. Okay. And so I'm not going to tell you how many times I flunked algebra 1 in high school, but let's just say I tried it every year and it didn't work every year.
Right.
Anyway.
You only had 3, but
what?
You only had 3 to try in high school.
No, I mean algebra 1.
Yeah.
I tried it every single year.
Yeah, but you had 3 years to try it.
4.
Oh, you had 4.
Yeah, I had 4 years to try it. And no. Anyway, so but I always took art.
Right.
And I loved art. In my senior year in high school, my art teacher sits me down and says, "What do you want to do for a living?" I said, "I want to be a graphic designer." Okay. And my high school back in those days, because of my math scores, would not let me take a computer class. Okay. They said, because you're not good at algebra, you'll never be good at a computer.
Right.
Which is,
mind you, we're talking early 80s then, because you and I are probably about the same age.
Yeah, I graduated in 88. So
okay, so yeah, so I graduated in 88 too. I mean, I was
okay. There you go.
89. Yeah. I dropped out at 16 and then went back at 18 in 88.
Okay.
And so yeah, so you and I mean, we grew up around DOS and floppy drives.
The whole Commodore 64 thing. And
that was my first computer. I learned how to code in BASIC on a Commodore 64.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
And so they would not let me take a typing class. My high school would not let me take any computer classes whatsoever. I worked in the library, and the librarian knew I loved art and I liked computers, but I was never allowed to touch one, Right. So she said, "Hey, I have like this basic paint program." I mean, it's something so old school.
Yeah, I remember paintbrush
for free online, And so she's like, "Would you do some signs around the library for me? I'll teach you how to use this." I'm like, "Yeah, I would love to." So she sat me down, taught me the program, and I would design all these signs, around the library, and they were very simplistic, but I really liked it.
Right.
So my senior year, my art teacher says, "What do you want to do for a living?" I said, "I want to be a graphic designer." And my art teacher and I did not get along very well. Okay. And he said, "I was really afraid you would say that." He said, "Because you have to be good in art, and you're not any good in art. So you should really rethink what you want to do for a living." Now, to a normal person, that will either discourage you to the point where you're like, man, this guy's a really great artist.
Right.
I should listen to him.
Right.
And listen to his advice. And he's trying to save me from a life of struggle. So maybe I should just go be a factory worker or something.
Right.
To me, on the other hand, all that it did was piss me off. Right. And make me want to prove him wrong. So virtually my entire life has been driven to prove this guy wrong. And I took like 2 or 3 years off before ever going to college just to draw and paint. I worked at different retail jobs. I bussed tables. I worked at a Mexican restaurant for a while. You name it, I did it. And in the meantime, all that I did was draw and paint and practice. And I started to get artwork put into galleries and stuff like this on a regular basis.
Okay, so this is, I'm sorry to interrupt you. This is right after high school, before you decided to go to, so you already had artwork getting into galleries?
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
And so grand total, I've had things in about 60 galleries. So after a while, I said, you know what? Screw that guy.
Right.
It's time I go to college, because I can't be a graphic designer without an education. So I went to this little community college, and I was working a full-time job and bussing tables at a Mexican restaurant. So I worked at an office supply place during the day, bus tables at a Mexican restaurant, and went to college. Okay.
Wow.
At a community college, and still had a 4.0 average. And I said, this is too easy. If I graduate from here, I'll never get a halfway decent job, you know? And so I looked into some schools, and I ended up going to a place called SCAD. So Chad from SCAD. Which stands for Savannah College of Art and Design.
Okay.
It's one of the best art schools in the whole United States. And I applied there and took my portfolio down there, and honestly didn't expect to get in.
Right.
And it was rated literally as hard as Harvard to get into, because Harvard, you can take the ACT or SAT, and they go by test scores, and your grade point average. And SCAD didn't do that. I mean, you had to take one of those tests, but basically it was all about your portfolio. Were you good enough to get into that school, by your art? And so honestly, I always had some self-esteem issues as far as art goes because of my high school teacher. I applied. I was shocked that I got in. Shocked. And I went year round. Did not take a quarter off. I took extra classes. I graduated with a degree in graphic design, and I double minored in art history and painting. Okay. And I played tennis all 3 years of college. I was the captain of my tennis team for 2 years. I know I don't look like a tennis player because I'm big and fat now, a big fat face. But I used to be skinnier. And graduated. So anyway.
Let me interrupt your thought there for a minute.
Go ahead.
Because there's a lot of things that we hear today, and I think there's a lot of parents and maybe a lot of kids that are listening to you that could gain something from this. You took 2 years off to paint and draw. What did your mom say?
About what?
About taking 2 years off from college and not going to college right after high school.
Actually, it's 3 years.
Okay.
See, my mom is an artist also.
Okay.
And nothing. I mean,
this was normal for her. She understood it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Got it. Yeah, because a lot of parents, see, you got that advantage, because a lot of kids say, oh, I don't know what I want to do. I want to do this or that. And then they're like, you're going to take 2 years. No, you got to go to school. You got to, the whole pressure of going to college and right after high school and going to do something, because if you don't, then you're not going to ever accomplish anything. That whole line of thinking. My mom had that line of thinking, but my mom was never educated. My mom had a third grade education.
Right.
We immigrated here from Cuba. But so that was, what did your mom think about what your teacher had said? Did you ever discuss that with her? Did she, about not, you're not being good enough as an artist, or you never be good enough?
My art teacher in high school is a very famous guy.
Okay.
If he sucked, that's one thing.
Right.
Okay. Because I could just say, dude, look at your work. Who are you to judge me? Right.
Right.
But he had done Easter eggs for the White House. Okay. He was and I'll even admit it now, he's a super talented artist.
Got it.
He is just a shitty teacher.
Right.
That you would take and have kids that really respected you and value your opinion and just tell them, listen, you suck. Just give it up. There are people art-wise that are just born to be artists. They are just gifted that way.
Right.
I am not one of those people.
Right.
I'll be the first to tell you. That's being very vulnerable admitting that one, because a lot of people will say, man, you're so talented. You're gifted. It's one of your gifts from God. No, it really wasn't.
You had to develop it. I think you had the ability, but you really had to work at developing it.
I had the creativity.
Right.
And that's it. And that's where I have seen I've had tons of friends that are artists. There are different types of artists.
Right.
There are types of artists that are just honestly God-given talent, can draw anything, but have zero creativity. Okay. And that's almost the worst type of artist.
Right.
Because you have talent and no way to figure out what to do with it, if that makes sense. You have other people like me that are super creative. And I usually don't refer to myself as an artist per se. I will refer to myself as a creative. Okay. I'll give you a very good, for instance. I had this friend, and he used to go to all my son's baseball games. Okay. Mm-hmm. And we were talking one day at one of my son's baseball games, and he said, I have a sketchbook where I actually sketch out inventions that I've come up with. Okay. And he's like, yeah, I have this invention, but I can't tell you what it is though. It's secret. I'm like, okay, whatever. And he goes, but I can't figure out how to get it to work, but it's a genius idea. And I'm like, if you tell me, I might be able to help you, No. And my wife was there, and she said to this guy, his name is Chris. And she said to him, she goes, do you know what Chad is? And he's like, what? She goes, he's a creative. He's an ultra creative, which means he thinks differently than the rest of us. You can give him a problem and he will spit out something that nobody will ever have come up with as far as how to solve your problem. It's just the way he thinks. He thinks differently. And Chris is like, okay, but you can't tell anybody. I'm like, dude, I don't care. I don't want to steal your invention. So he tells me. And I said, I heard what he said, and I knew his invention wouldn't work the way that he came up with it. And I said, give me like 5 minutes to think. And he's like, okay. And so I'm sitting there and watching my son's baseball game, and I'm thinking about this. And he kept wanting to talk to me. And my wife finally looks over at him and goes, Chris, shut up. He's trying to solve your problem in his head. And you'll figure it out when he figures out what the solution is. Trust me, you'll know. And he's like, how? She goes, trust me, you'll know when he figures it out. Chris is like, okay. I'm thinking, and all of a sudden I went. And when this happens, people that know me, they understand what I'm about to go through. And I start like, my hands get out of control, and I start like, and it's my brain just working like overtime. And right. I run to the dugout, and I say to one of the kids, give me my son's bat bag. And I start taking it apart, and I start going over and looking through the grass for like a stick and stuff like this. And this Chris guy's like, what is he doing? My wife's like, now you know, I told you you would figure out when he solved your problem. He solved your problem. He's like, what's he doing? She goes, he's building you a prototype right now, okay? At a baseball game with zero supplies. I'm like, right. I'm like MacGyver, you know, right. With a tampon and some baking soda, you know, can make a bomb. So anyway, crap, I can actually tell you what the invention is now. 1 second. I actually have one in my desk drawer.
He finished it? He did it?
Oh yeah. Oh. So he wanted to come up with, it was for people that mostly live in apartment buildings.
Okay.
If you've ever seen people in apartment buildings where they have to take their garbage to a big dumpster.
Right.
Okay. What they'll do is they'll take their bags of garbage and half the time throw them on the back of their trunk of their car and try to drive it to the dumpster. Right.
Right.
Or they'll put it in the back of their trunk and stink up their car or spill stuff in the car. Right. It's a mess. There's no easy way to do it.
Right.
And so he's like, I want to create this magnet with a big hook on it so that you can stick it to the side of your car and hang your garbage can, your garbage bags, and drive stuff to the dumpster. I said, it won't work. Well, why? A lot of cars aren't made out of metal anymore. So you can't even stick a magnet to them. A magnet could probably scratch up the car, which would end up getting you lawsuits. That's a bad thing. A normal sized car, the magnet would be so low that the garbage bag would drag on the ground, right? So I'm running through about 8 different ways that his concept just wouldn't work.
Right.
And he's like, yeah, I know. That's why I couldn't do it. So I built him this prototype, and it's called the Mighty Trash Clip. Okay. And it actually looks like this. Okay. And so basically what it was you yeah. Sorry. So what I did was you took this part, and in my original prototype, this was actually made out of a stick. I was at a baseball game.
Right.
And you actually, and this was the strap from my kid's baseball bag at first, and then just a regular alligator clip type thing.
Right.
So you take this, you open up the door to your car, and you throw this over the top of your car door. Right. And you shut your car door.
Right.
And because there was a stick right here, it
Right.
stopped it from pulling through the car.
Right.
And then all that you would have to do is hang your garbage bags from this clip. And you could hang multiple garbage bags from this
Right.
simple clip, which then turned into this little hook right here. And the reason why I ended up changing it was because I thought that selling these just to people that live in apartment buildings was really limiting. So this turned into, if you were traveling and you went and stayed in a hotel, you could throw this over a door, bathroom door at your hotel and
Right.
hang your clothes from. Okay, if they didn't have a hook.
Right.
If you were going camping, you could put a nail in a tree and actually hang this from a tree. Because
Right.
if you've ever been camping, you don't want to leave your garbage on the ground because animals get into it, right?
Right.
So you could actually hang this easily from a tree because of this hook, and then have the garbage bag hanging down. And he went, holy crap. You came up with that in 5 minutes? And I go, that's what I do. That's what I do. I just think differently, you know? And so that's technically my very first invention. And he offered me a percentage of the company. And I said, no, I don't want it.
Right.
He goes, so why'd you help me? And I go, I helped you because you needed help. Why do I need to profit? Why do I need to profit from your idea?
Right.
You know?
Yeah.
So anyway,
I get it. Yeah. It's with me. It's more, I tend to think more in like everything to me is troubleshooting,
right?
Because that's the way my mind works. So I kind of almost become if I don't watch it, I can become negative because I walk into a situation and my mind is reverse engineering everything.
Right.
And why the problem originally started and troubleshooting. And that's just the way, that's why I was very good at, when I was a tech at when I did IT, is I could find a lot of problems and this is why I go out and I go and do a lot of these inspections in a home. It's like I was talking to a guy in Alabama, he has about the same amount of experience as I do. And I just said to him, look, I walk up to a house and I already see 100 problems and why I want to walk away from this deal.
Right.
And my tech would walk and he couldn't get that because he doesn't have, I think, you have the experience of 50 years. I used to sell back when I was in Ohio. I mean, I sold siding, decks and siding and decks and windows for Sears.
Okay.
At that point, and I did that for years. So I got to see a lot of old homes that you would never see in Florida.
Right.
120-year-old homes with siding and a million problems that today I think as a rodent and as a roach, and I'm thinking, yeah, I get why these guys are having these issues and why doesn't matter what you do, you're still going to have to spray all the time because you can't fix these houses. It's just,
Right.
I remember every time I went to Xenia. You ever been to Xenia, Ohio?
Mm-mm. Nope.
Okay. Xenia is a little west of Columbus.
I told you I avoid Columbus.
I know. and I would go to Xenia and inevitably, oh, you're not from Xenia. Oh, well, let me tell you about the Xenia Tornado. And I heard the Xenia Tornado, how it leveled the town, in the 1970s, like 16 times. It's like, I would sit there, because I'm a sales guy and I'm like, no, tell me about it, please.
You're in the middle of nowhere where that's the big news, something that happened in 1970, oh, that's why we're famous.
The Xenia Tornado. So yeah. What part of Ohio did you live in?
Toledo.
In Toledo. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah. I remember I was told what Toledo was. And I said, Toledo was told to me. I didn't know. That's the armpit of Ohio. I'm like, huh?
No. Obviously, you've never been to Dayton.
Oh, yes, I did. I worked in Dayton.
Dayton is the armpit of Ohio. Trust me.
Okay, because I remember being in the middle of a store. They said, we're going to put you in this store. and it's never made a profit. And it was nestled in this industrial village right next between all the GM and Delco facilities.
Okay.
This rental facility. And they never made any money there. And I'm going, yeah, nobody wants to come here. It was really, and then I lived in, but yeah, I did live in Dayton for almost 2 years.
Okay.
I lived there. Yeah.
How long ago?
Oh, geez, this was back in 91 through, I think, 93.
Okay.
Yeah,
okay.
91 through 93. Yeah.
Dayton used to be huge because obviously it was the rubber capital of the world. I mean, Goodyear was there, and all the tire manufacturers. And you also had Quaker Oats, which was in Dayton. And all those companies left, all of them.
Yeah.
And the second that they did, it became the Flint, Michigan of Ohio. Their town just fell on hard times,
Yeah, I remember I used to live in a little suburb called Huber Heights.
Okay.
It was probably like 10 minutes from downtown Dayton. Yeah, I didn't like Dayton too much. I left to go to Columbus. I kind of liked it better over there. And then I decided to stay. I thought about Cleveland, but it was too old for me. Cincinnati. I lived in Cincinnati. I lived just over the bridge on the Kentucky side. Right in Cincinnati, right over Cincinnati. But I thought it was beautiful, the old city.
I like Cincinnati.
Yeah, I liked it because it was the old brick buildings and that old industrial feel. It was kind of cool. Me coming from Miami, it was really cool. But yeah, I wouldn't want to live there. So Columbus was like the suburby, where I used to live in Hilliard, where it was, Westerville and all that. That's home of, of all the major brands of, Wexner and right in there. So that was really a nice, it's a nice suburbs to live in. And it was really cool. But yeah, I would, honestly, I would have not have left Ohio if it weren't for my mother getting sick.
Okay.
That's the reason I left. She was really ill at that time. But I would have never left. She never wanted to go. She hated the cold. We originally lived in Jersey. So when we came from Cuba, imagine you go from Cuba in a tropical environment, and then you get dumped in Jersey. And then after my father died and all that, she's like had enough.
All right.
In 77, we moved to Miami, to actually a suburb of Miami, Hialeah, which is, if you mention Hialeah, it's like mentioning Dayton.
Are you still in Miami?
I live. This is all Miami. I live in Miami-Dade.
Okay.
So, but I live down now in Homestead. I live in the furthest point south. I'm 18 miles from the entrance to the Keys.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So this is old country. This is, nowhere.
My son, that's all he talks about. He wants to be in Miami. He likes Miami.
It's nice to visit.
Right.
But you don't really want to live here.
No,
I've never liked it. I never liked it when I was a kid. I didn't like it when I was a young adult. Just didn't like it. I'm deep down inside, I'm a country boy.
Okay.
I just like the country. I like being out nowhere, and just enjoy that. I used to love going out into the rolling hills, and especially in the fall, when I lived in Ohio, I just enjoy that community country feel. Okay. I never liked the big city. Never enjoyed it. So yeah, man. So
he just started college down towards Miami.
Where is he at?
He goes to Nova Southeastern.
Oh yeah, of course. They're in Broward. Yeah, they're just in yeah. Very good school. Very good.
So him and his roommates always go to clubs near Miami. He's like,
it's funny when I get older, because I do cigars. I like cigars.
Right.
The problem is there's not that many cigar bars in Miami.
Okay.
All the good ones are actually, it's incredible. There's one on the beach that I go to there. I'm going to try that one near Brickell that supposedly, but like Lauderdale and like Weston,
right.
Loaded with like high-end cigar bars, fully stocked bars, really chill places.
Right.
Not in Miami. So I'm actually getting older to go to a cigar bar and just getting to Broward while he's coming down here to Miami to party, the party scene. Yeah, I remember the Miami Beach party scene back in when I was 18 and, you know, and all that. So it was
my family came to visit from Toledo, and my nephew loves cigars. Okay. And so one of the things they did when they were here, I had to work that day, but they actually went on a tour of a cigar factory.
Oh, what are you at, by the way? What city are you in?
Outside of Tampa.
Okay, so you're, yeah, of course, yeah.
And so in Ybor
City, yeah.
Ybor. And so yeah, they actually show them how they roll the cigars, how there's different tobaccos, and you know, all this different stuff. And they just had a ball going to the cigar factory. So
no, that was it. And there's very few left over there, because I mean that was in the 50s and 60s. That was,
and it was started all by Cubans.
Yeah.
So,
over there. Yep. One of Daniel Dye. I don't know if you know him in the groups. He lived in that Tampa area.
Okay.
During those times. And his wife is actually Cuban. And we used to talk about that because he actually grew up in that area.
Okay.
You know, and he's a little bit older. He's already retired. He's in his 60s. He's enjoying camp life now and doing nothing except taking pictures of snakes and bugs. But yeah, he's another accomplished guy in that area of picture taking of animals, and now it's a hobby for him. But so let's go back, because I mean we only left off at you finished college, you graduated, and you know this was like a major. I mean all the time. You know, here's the other thing is you're working during this time. You know, and I always have a fit when people are like, oh no, he doesn't work and he just wants them to study. And I had a full 50-hour-a-week job when I was going to college. I was going at night.
I didn't work when I went to college. I didn't work through college.
Oh, so you took time off and you just focused on your studies?
Yeah, you couldn't. You weren't allowed.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Interesting. That's serious.
The most you were allowed to work as a student was, they said 15 to 20 hours. That was it. If you were enrolled full time.
Okay. That's still good.
And the reason why was, keep in mind, this is an art school, not a traditional university, not a traditional college. So for every 1 hour you sat in class, they were required to give you 3 to 4 hours worth of homework.
Wow.
So,
interesting.
Each class that you took was 5 hours a week in the classroom, which meant you usually got 15 to 20 hours worth of homework per class.
Wow.
Okay. And so there was, outside of class, there was a lot of drawing and painting and sculpture and lots of stuff like that. I mean, there was a lot of work time outside of classes. And then, like I said, I played tennis all 3 years. And so, yeah, there was really no time to work.
Really?
And that's why I went year round, so that I could get out faster.
Okay. Got it. Yeah. So
yeah.
No summer breaks, nothing. You just went straight through.
Right.
So what did you do after that?
Got out of college, got a job for the state of Ohio as a designer. When I graduated, I was one of the very first people that knew Photoshop.
Okay.
So when Photoshop very first came out, I was one of the very first people that knew it. And so that's the reason why I got hired where I did, was to do Photoshop stuff. You know, I knew, and that was my specialty. I worked on an annual report for, well, I can say stuff now that I couldn't say back then. I worked on an annual report for like Harley Davidson, doing Photoshop stuff. Toledo public school system. There are certain things I won't say that I did, right. But anyway, we'll fast forward.
Okay.
It'll be a lot easier. So, I ended up, working for a printing company for 10 years. I loved it. Customers loved me. The owner was like a dad to me. And, but his son was starting to take over. And his son and I did not get along very well because the dad treated me better than he treated his son. I got paid more than he paid his son. Eventually that relationship wasn't going to work out.
Right.
And so I ended up getting hired by a company in Tampa who had me take a test online, a computer test, and actually videotape. I had to have somebody videotape me taking the test. And they said that I did their test in like half the amount of time that they were used to seeing.
Right.
And I did it at like 98% accuracy. And so the guy hired me right online. I mean, just over the phone. Okay, you're hired. Move to Florida. And I'm like, I can't move to a place that I've never met the owner or anything, And so you're asking me to leave all my relatives and my family. Right. And my wife was working for the state of Ohio at the time. You're asking me to make her give up her job, So her and I hopped on a flight, flew to Tampa, met the owner, liked the company. He helped pay for us to move to Tampa. We had a house in Toledo. We packed up only stuff that fit in our 2 cars. That was it. Wow. Everything else we either sold, gave away, whatever. But we told each one of our kids, we gave them a Rubbermaid container and said, okay, this is it. If it doesn't fit in that container, you can't take it with you, like their toys and stuff. Wow. So only put stuff that's important to you in there, because that's all you're taking. And so, we gave up a lot moving to Florida.
Right.
And I ended up working for a company that was absolutely miserable. Wow. Miserable. I mean, and that was not the company that I used to work for. Right. This is one before that.
Wow.
And I mean, where the owner would time you the second you go in the bathroom to see how long you were taking in the bathroom. I was on salary. I came back from lunch and he's like, you took a little long lunch break, didn't you? I go, no, 30 minutes. He goes, it's been 31 minutes. And I expect you back in your seat in front of your computer at 30 minutes. I'm like, are you serious? And it wasn't like I took an hour or something.
Right.
We're talking a minute. You were not allowed to talk to other coworkers during work time. I'm like, seriously? At all? Even if I was working at the same time, you weren't allowed to talk. I was like, this is miserable. And here right. I had uprooted my whole family.
Wow.
So how am I going to fail? I can't, my wife didn't have a job yet. It was one of those where I literally felt trapped.
Wow.
I probably cried just about every day I worked there on my drive home.
Wow.
They were like, first day on the job, they're like, we want you to set this job up for doing some stickers. And we want so many across and blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, okay. And they sat there and timed me to see how long it took. And it was like 15 minutes. And after I was done, they're like, that's way too slow. Do it again, faster. I did it again and tried to go as fast as I could. It was like 8 minutes, right? They're like, no, faster. All right, use keyboard shortcuts. and I got it down to like 5 minutes. No, faster.
Jeez.
I went through and had to do it over and over and over. Literally, I had to do the same job like 30 times in a row, all while they're just yelling at me, faster, faster, faster. And I got it down to like 3.5 minutes. And he's like, not fast enough. I'm like, this is my first day on the job. Okay. Wow. I'm like, what do you expect? How fast could you do it? He goes, I don't know. Nobody's ever timed me. Okay.
Right.
Now, this guy was as knowledgeable in Adobe Illustrator as anybody I've ever met. Okay. But he had zero creativity. And that's where they were getting stuck. They could do basic work, but their work was very dry. There was no creativity involved. And they wanted somebody that was ultra creative. Okay, so he did it, and he did it in like 2 minutes. And he goes, okay, so I guess 3.5, that's fine. But it was every day you're getting threatened to be, somebody was going to get fired, and it was just like, dude, it was just so stressful.
Yeah.
So I left there after like 8 months. But I will say, if I didn't go through that, that was kind of like boot camp in the military. Okay. Right. Before I really started working there, I did not work hardly ever in Adobe Illustrator. I was a Photoshop guy. I knew InDesign. I used Illustrator once in a blue moon, but it wasn't my forte, right? That was a crash course in Illustrator. But if I did not go through that, I would have never gotten hired by the last company I worked for. And the last company I worked for are the ones that taught me what these signs were. I didn't even know they existed. I had never seen one of these signs before. I didn't know any legalities about these signs. I'd never seen them. And when I got hired, I looked at him and I said, you're telling me I can die cut pretty much any shape I want? And the owner's like, yeah. And I said, okay. Then why are your signs so ugly? That's who I am. I'm brutally honest. What can I say? And he goes, what do you mean? They're not ugly. Yeah, they are. They're very basic. I mean, anybody could do these.
Right.
He goes, well, do you think you could do better? And I go, isn't that why you hired me? And he's like, okay. And so I started to come up with designs that were just different.
Right.
Like different than probably anybody had ever seen. And he started, telling everybody, that I was the best designer in the industry. I was the best designer he's ever had, blah, 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 And, okay, fine. I don't care, And this is what I tell my wife. And this is what I've told her before. And I think it explains it. If you say, I'm the best designer in this industry, okay?
Right.
And I let it go to my head and walk around saying, I'm the best. I'm the best. If you turn around and I design something for you and you say, Chad, that sucks. That's terrible.
Right.
Right? If I let you control my emotions like that and my sense of self-worth, if I believe you when you say I'm the best, then I have to believe you if you say I suck.
Right.
And I can't do that. That's if I would have had that mentality, I would have believed my art teacher in high school. Right.
Right.
And so it's nice when I get compliments, and I get a lot of compliments.
Right.
What I really enjoy is we've been in business 2 years too. That's nothing, right? As of this morning, I'm up to 72 5-star Google reviews. Wow. 72.
And that's for a design company. You know how hard that is?
Yeah. Yeah, my old boss who's had that company 16, 17 years, he has 27 Google reviews.
Right.
27. Okay. And 8 of them were written by him, his family members, or his employees. 8 of them out of 27.
Right.
2 of them have my name on them that are 5-star reviews. So I don't know if I should count. And then I think 8 of his reviews are 1 star. And so, to have 72 in 2 years.
Right.
And in these Facebook groups, which is where a lot of my business comes from, people will say, well, where do I get posting signs? And you'll see in these Facebook groups, you got to go to Chat at Spray Signs, Chat at Spray Signs, Chat at Spray Signs.
Right.
And, there are a few other companies out there that do these. I'm not the only person in the nation. But you will usually see my name or our company name in half of the recommendations, up against companies that have been in business a really long time and have a lot of people, so that to me is a huge compliment.
Right.
That I almost call them a cult following, that and the one thing that I'm proud of is when people recommend me, they'll post pictures of their signs.
Right. Yeah, I see a ton of it. That's what I said. You're constantly popping up everywhere I turn. You're there.
But you'll see people go to R&D. You don't see people posting pictures of what their signs from R&D look like.
Right.
There's a reason. Okay.
Right.
Well, when I went to work at that other company, I would go to the owner and say, listen, so-and-so's job's on the press right now, and it has the wrong phone number. He would say, so? So-and-so's job's on the press. It's the wrong color. So? And he's like, why do you care so much about these signs? They're only going to be up a day or two. Who cares? And I would say to him, if you don't care about your customer, don't be surprised if one day they don't care about you.
Right.
Okay. So what he would do, I probably shouldn't say this, but I'm just going to say it. And so what he would do is he would tell one of his employees, listen, that job that's on the press right now is the wrong phone number. And they're running 5,000 of them. I want you to run, say 10 boxes, run like 100 of their signs on the copier. Take them back, make sure the phone number's right, take them back, have them die cut. Then I want you to take 10 signs from the copier and put them on the top of every single box. So that when the owner gets the shipment, he'll open up the box, he'll look at the top sign, it'll look perfect, it'll have the right phone number. And then he'll just, give them to his drivers and say, here you go, start putting them out. And he said, they'll never look, partway through the box.
Nobody will ever notice most of the time.
Right, exactly.
And the techs don't notice because they're just they're on, I sprayed, put it on, let's go, next one. Especially if you're running 15 stops a day, you could carry. I mean, you don't have the time to look at and they're not that detail oriented.
Right.
Yeah.
And that was his mentality.
Yeah.
And I said, but if you do that, all it takes is the owner to just notice. one sign that's wrong, and you just lost a customer.
Yeah, that's
he's like, no, we'll replace them. Who cares?
And that's a lot of the mentality with large corp. And this is the argument I have all the time in the industry, where guys like me will care about every individual client.
Right.
It slows us down tremendously for being able to scale. When you get into the scaling business, you're basically only caring about the ones that stay. That's it. That's the mentality. That's the reality of the industry.
Right.
30 to 50% cancel rate doesn't matter. When employees are turning over 100% a year, it doesn't matter, because we're basically creating a system that it requires the lowest skill person to perform it, and therefore they're easily replaceable. Even though companies say that our frontline people, I just posted on this, are the face of the company. Then my answer is, why do you keep treating them like the rectum?
Right.
And it makes no sense, but it's the system works because they're a marketing machine. There's just a marketing machine that happens to sell pest control. I look at more of a craftsman view, that we're wanting to market the best pest control that we can market. So to me, it slows me down. Scalability is not something I look at right now. I'm still looking at just steady growth that's organic, versus the challenge of, if I hire a salesperson, I got to take every job, and then it doesn't really matter. And then the amount of, it's going to be somebody else's job to handle the complaints, because I really don't want to see them.
Right.
I want to out of sight, out of mind. As long as this thing is growing, I could care less.
Right.
And that I can never stomach that. My values, my faith, it's just something I can't do. This is, even though my name is not on that company, it has a separate brand. To me, that's just personal.
Right.
And I can't separate myself as much as I want to. It's not a self-limiting belief. It's a belief that I don't want to overcome. I don't want to get to that point that I have to become callous, because the only thing that matters is the growth and the business.
Right.
To where that jeopardy, I couldn't do it. That's not something I can do. And at night, it would just, my faith would not allow me to do that. You know, that the golden rule, do unto others that you have them do unto you, is not something I can just easily. I have people that can compartmentalize that.
Right. Oh yeah. Yeah.
All the time. And I see them all the time. I says, bro, I can't do it.
Right.
I don't know how. I don't want to. I mean, consciously, it's not something. I don't want to get to that point where I am one person at work and one person at home. And it just, I couldn't do it.
That's where I struggle. And it's not doing bad work. You know, when my old boss used to say, why do you care so much about these signs? And part of my answer was always, that's my artwork.
Yeah.
That's my artwork.
They're kind of your babies.
Do I want it to come out printed the wrong color? No.
Right.
I designed it that color for a specific reason.
Right.
You know, so I want to make sure this stuff looks good, because when it's out and I'm driving around town and I see something, there's a sense of accomplishment. There's a sense of pride that says, yeah, that's my sign, you know? And so, you know, I want to make sure it looks good.
Yeah.
You know?
No, and the whole issue of integrity. I mean, the customer paid for a Pantone 256 because that's what's on their trademark.
Right.
And you can't violate their trademark.
Right.
I mean, you know, those you get into those legal issues, you know, where people don't, you know, a lot of the people don't understand it. I just happen to, because I've been involved in trademarking stuff and, you know, colors, and I understand that process. Once you do that, the printer violates your color scheme. All the times the customer will argue with you, that's not a Pantone 256. I says, right. Here it is. It is. It's just the background throws it off.
Right.
So visually, so you get into all those arguments, but yeah, I get it. We were talking about, so you've obviously you got this great accomplishment based on your quality, your graphic design. But we were talking about your testimony. And we talk about giving people hope. And I think that's extremely important. I can't separate who I am, what I do, where I'm at because of it, from my faith. Right. And we were discussing about that. Did you care to share?
Yeah. No, I preach it, teach it constantly. Well, first off, I met my wife at a Christian singles retreat.
Okay.
What's kind of funny is I didn't want to go. I had a painting going in a new gallery that I had never been in before. And they were having an opening night reception where rich people come to buy artwork, and the newspaper was there to cover it and stuff like that. So I wanted to go to that event. And this guy from my church who I barely knew just pestered me obsessively about going to this thing.
Right.
And so finally I went. I met my wife. I went back, told my parents, I said, I met the woman I'm going to marry. It's a done deal. And my parents are like, my mom, and especially my mom said, you're crazy. And I'm like, I'm telling you, it's done. I said, we didn't go out on a date. We went out on a job interview, and we, honest to goodness, we named our first 2 kids on that first date. She bought a wedding dress on our 3rd date.
Oh my God.
And we were married within 9 months. Like, done, married. And last week, September the 5th, was our 24th anniversary.
Wow.
So that's good. And so anyway, I was working at that other company for a person that was beyond abusive. I was getting paid less than I had made at a really small printing company back in Ohio.
Right.
Like years before. Okay. And here he was saying I'm the best designer he's ever had, and I'm the best designer in the industry, and I'm getting paid like nothing. So my wife said to me one day, she came to me and said, listen, if you don't leave there now, you will never leave. I never wanted to own my own business. I really didn't. I was happy working for other people. I didn't want that headache. I wanted to be able to shut off at 5 o'clock, go home, relax with my family. But anyway, so she said, listen, I used to be married to this really fun, happy guy. And I haven't seen that guy in a long time. And she said, I want that old Chad back. I want that happy, positive guy. And she said, if you don't believe in yourself, I want you to understand that you have a fan club of people that love your artwork, that believe in you. And right. I believe in you.
Wow.
And she said, I want to show you how much I believe in you. I cashed out my retirement from the state of Ohio. Here's the check. This is your shot at being happy. Take it and be happy. This is your only shot. And that's how I got my start. Okay. So having that good golly Christian woman that really believed in you that deep, that's a driving force. So I start my company, and I had done research on different printers, and I had seen all the production problems that we had at that other company. And I saw all the things that they did wrong for
Right.
5 years. Everything from how not to treat employees
Right.
to how to make your signs not fade in the sun and different things like this. So I'd found this printer and I had found a refurbished one. It's the only way I could afford it. Bought it, had it shipped from California. The company in California hired a company in Tampa to install it. They came and installed it. I had to hire an electrician to do all the wiring.
Right.
You know, I hired a professional electrician. They installed it. First day, they got it all installed, up and running. They went and they powered it on, and bam, we heard this loud pop. Then they unplug it and they go to the electrical outlet, these big, huge outlets, and then they get their little tester and put it in there and said, oh yeah, this is wired wrong. Wait, you had that tester in your bag? And this printer's like $115,000. Brand new. It's $115,000. I didn't pay that much for it, okay? I'm like, wouldn't you think you would test that before you plugged it in?
Yeah.
Not rocket science, right? So they're like, yeah, well, because you hired the electrician, you're responsible for all repairs. Okay. What do you think's wrong with it? Well, it could be a power bank. How much is that? $800. But this machine has 15 of them. Okay, whatever. So they overnighted one. Came and they put it in, didn't work. So luckily, if it doesn't work, they can ship it back and I'm not responsible for it.
Right.
But these guys still charge like $130 an hour to work on this machine. Okay, that didn't work. Well, it could be this computer board. How much is that? $1,200. Okay, whatever. Just get it working. And they start overnighting parts like they're free. And they were in there 3 to 4 days a week for a month. Just overnighting parts. Try it out. Nope, didn't work. On the phone with other tech support people, for a month before finally getting it working. Well, one of the days they were going to be there really early. And so before I headed into work, I stopped off at this donut shop. It's really good. And I brought them donuts and coffee for breakfast, these technicians. And they showed up. I go, hey, I brought you guys donuts and coffee. And they got this really puzzled look on their face. And they went, why? What do you mean, why? Why did you bring us donuts? I go, to be nice?
Right.
And they're like, nobody buys us donuts. I go, well, you guys are working hard trying to fix my machine, right? And they're like, yeah. I go, so I'm trying to be nice, So after a month of trying to get this thing working, they finally get it working. And the head tech calls me up and says, you know what? I'm going to tell you something I've never told another print shop owner. What? He goes, you're a really nice guy. Now, I'm not saying this to you to brag or anything like this.
Right.
Part of the story. And I go, okay, thank you. And he goes, no, seriously. I've been working with print shop owners over 20 years. There's one thing they have in common. And pardon the language. He goes, they're all assholes. Every one. 100% of the time. He goes, but not you. He goes, we broke your machine. You know that. We know that. Not once did you yell at us. Not once did you get mad at us. We came into your work for a month trying to fix that thing. And every day you went to work and you couldn't sell anything. I know you were losing money every single day you sat there at your desk.
Right.
Not once did you get angry at us. Every day we were there, you were polite, you were happy, you offered us water or drinks, you know, and then you did something that nobody has ever done. You bought us donuts and coffee. People that like us don't do that. We broke your machine and you still turned around and did that. He goes, you're just genuinely a nice guy. Okay. You know, again, right. I guess if you live like that, you don't see it as unusual behavior.
Right.
To me, that's just common courtesy. They're trying to help me.
Right.
You know what I mean? I don't have the mentality, you owe me. You owe me. You broke my machine.
Right.
Like you would hear a lot of people say, you know. And he goes, I want good people to succeed. And I go, yeah, me too.
It'd be nice.
It'd be nice, you know, sell something.
Right.
He goes, so I called that company you bought your printer from. I told them it showed up broken and they agreed to pay the entire repair bill. I don't owe anything? Nope. It's covered. Okay. That's great, you know?
Right.
So anyway, so then I try to put poly, which is what we print our signs on. All these signs are printed on this stuff called polyboard, which is the same material that they print milk cartons out of, orange juice containers, right? It's actually made for the food industry. It's really not made for the printing industry. So I had bought approximately about $3,500 worth of that material, which got here the same time the printer got here. So the paper was just sitting there collecting dust when I couldn't print anything.
Right.
So the printer gets fixed. Okay, great. I load in that paper. We put it in, and the paper is 12 inches by 18 inches. So we could run the signs 2 up. So 2 signs on every sheet of paper.
Okay.
I go to run them. Material won't go through the printer. Static and the weight of the paper was too thick to go through this printer, even though it was rated to go through that printer. So because now you're deep in the middle of COVID, right? At this point, I order new paper and it takes a month to get new paper. A month of just, again, sitting there. I can't sell anything, you know? Okay. So paper gets there, load it into the printer, try to print, and I could never get more than 20 sheets to go through it without it jamming because of static electricity. Okay. And this static problem became a huge, huge problem. I spent well over $1,000 trying to figure out a solution. I tried everything from tinsel that you would hang on a Christmas tree to bounce dryer sheets. There's a lot of tricks in printing,
right?
You know, like old school fixes, you know?
Right.
I bought anti-static spray, sprayed it all around the machine. We wiped the internal components of the machine down with this anti-static stuff. Nope. I bought a greenhouse humidifier and we sealed up the room that it was in. And I ran this humidifier on high and got the humidity up to like 98%, which is not good on electronics, by the way.
Right.
Didn't help the static. My best friend from high school is an electrical engineer. He has a PhD in electrical engineering, works for the University of Michigan. Okay. He's in charge of everything electrical for the University of Michigan. And I was constantly on the phone to him. I'm like, Brian, what do I do? What do I do? He's going, oh, you should try this anti-static air ionizing fan. Okay, fine. I buy one. No, didn't solve it. I was trying everything. So here's the testimony part. It got to the last Friday in August 2020. And I look at my bank account and I had $75. That's it. All the money was gone. I had 0 customers. 0. I had a printer that would not run the material that I needed to print on because of static. Okay. I have approximately $7,000 worth of paper. And rent is due the next week. I have no employees, just myself. I don't have enough money to pay my rent. I have 0 customers, no way to get new customers because I can't advertise to anybody unless I can print their product, right? And I didn't know what to do. I was done. So at that point, I locked the front door to my offices and honestly, started figuring out how to kill myself. The thought of going home and telling my wife that I blew her retirement was something I couldn't deal with. I always thought I was smart enough, I was talented enough, and I really relied not mainly on my smarts. I mean, I'm not the world's smartest man, that's for sure. I really relied a lot on my talent. Okay. And so to go home and tell her she had faith in me like that, and I let her. And that I let her down. And it was nothing I did. It's nothing I did wrong.
Right.
And sorry.
It's okay.
So I had one office that had no windows in it, but it had a beanbag chair so that I could take my kid in to work with me, and, he could kind of hang out in there, have a little TV, and, he could bring his PlayStation and just play while I'm at work, whatever. And so I went in there and I shut the door and I got on my knees on that beanbag chair and cried. And I prayed. And it's the hardest I've ever prayed my whole life. And I said, God, I am so sorry. I am so sorry. I was so arrogant that I thought I was smart enough or talented enough that I could do this on my own and that I didn't need you. I asked everybody and their brother how to solve my static problem, but I never came to you once and asked. And you're the one that invented static, And Gotta keep tissues in my office.
No worries. I've had to do a lot of that in the last 2 years.
I'm like, I have $75 in my bank. My rent is due this week. I have no money. I have no money to pay rent. And I cannot go home and tell my wife I lost everything. I can't. I need help. Help me. Help me, please. In between, I'm sorry and help me, probably said 100 times. I don't know, because I didn't know what else to say.
Right.
And I stayed on my knees 2 hours and cried and prayed and prayed and cried till I had not a tear left in my body. And after 2 hours, I got up, walked out that door, and said, okay, now what? You know, I have no clients, no printer, no money. It's Friday. What do I do? You know, now that I prayed. And I really didn't have any expectations. I mean, I didn't know what to expect, you know? And it probably wasn't 5 minutes after I walked out that door. And I had this thought come to my head and said, you know, what if instead of trying to print the signs 2 on a sheet of paper, 12 by 18, what if you cut that paper in half to 9 by 12 and just ran 1 sign at a time? And I thought to myself, I have $7 grand worth of paper sitting back there.
That's a whole lot of testing. Yeah.
Yeah, that the bank is going to come and take anyway, you know? So why not try it? So I took it to our paper cutter and I cut it in half and loaded it into the printer. I had one customer that followed me over from the old place I used to work. And so I had his sign design, you know, and he was just waiting for me to be able to print. So remember, I had never made it past the number 20. That was like the magic number.
Right.
So put his sign into the system and said, print 50 signs. They all printed. Didn't jam. Wait a minute. Fine. Print 100 signs. They all printed. Didn't jam. Now I'm getting a little bit excited. And I'm like, it couldn't be this easy.
Right.
This fix cost me absolutely nothing.
Right.
And here I put like $1 grand into every anti-static thing known to mankind in the last month. You mean I could have been printing a month ago, you know? So I went back, cut down a bunch more paper, print 500 of these signs. Didn't jam once. Now I'm beyond happy. I'm super excited. I text my wife, static problem solved. And she texts me back, good, make some money. So I text that one person that I just ran most of his job. And I'm like, static problem's fixed. I can print your signs. And he goes, awesome. Give me 1,000. I'm like, okay. Well, I had kept it a secret that I own this company. Okay. Because of my old boss being
right.
a very, very vindictive person. And so that one guy that I just told you about, that I just printed his sign, he put it in a Facebook group and he said, yeah, I just got my signs at Spray Signs. They did a really great job, which wasn't really true. And I didn't know he put it in a Facebook group. And one of my old customers from that other place said, that must be where Chad went. And he put that publicly.
Right.
And that guy that posted it took a screenshot of it and texted it to me and said, uh-oh, somebody outed you, you know? So I called up that guy and said, how did you know it was me? And he said, Chad, you're the best designer in the industry. He said, when I went to that other place you used to work and I saw somebody sitting in your seat, I asked him where you were. And they said, oh, he just got sick of this industry and just went to do something else. And I knew they were lying to me. And he said, they asked me if I wanted to place a reorder. And I said, no, I'm good. And I swore I wouldn't buy any signs till I figured out where you went. So I'm really desperate for signs. Give me 1,000 of them. Here's my credit card. I said, okay. That other company charges you $250 for the die, the thing that cuts the sign in the shape, right? So he had already paid this $250 fee. So I said to him, listen, I don't want you to have to pay that fee again. So I'll give you a free die. And he goes, no, you won't. You're not going to give me anything. He said, I've been where you're at right now. I started my business going door to door with a tank out of a pickup truck, a rusty old pickup truck. And he goes, asking people, let me spray your lawns for like $20. And he goes, and I built my company up. And he goes, I'm not taking anything for free from you. I want to help you. I'm like, thank you. And he didn't know where I was at the time, money-wise, you know. He goes, you know who else has been looking for you? Marty from Marty's Bugs. And he goes, I'm texting him right now. All of a sudden, my phone rings. Marty. And he's like, Chad. I'm like, Marty. And he's like, man, once Vinny told me that you weren't at that other place anymore, I was like, screw them. They're not getting any more of my business. And he goes, so I've been waiting for you to show up. He goes, I've been getting desperate. I really need signs. I want 1,000 signs. Do my signs. And he goes, Marty told me you were going to try to give me a free die. I don't want it. He goes, no, we want to help you. We want to help you succeed and grow. He goes, charge me. And he goes, you know what? I have a buddy named John. He really needs signs. I'm calling him right now.
Right.
So Marty gave me his credit card. I hang up. A couple minutes later, all of a sudden I get this phone call. There's a guy named Johnny. He's like, Marty told me I need signs. And not to take anything for free, whatever that means. He's like, so print me 1,000 signs. Here's my credit card. Okay. So from the time I got off my knees, it wasn't 2 hours. And all of a sudden I went from $75 in the bank, a printer that could not print on the material that I needed because of static, and no customers, to 4 customers, paper I could print on, and a printer that would do it, and like $3,500 sitting in my bank account within 2 hours.
Wow.
If that's not a miracle, I mean, I tell people, whether you believe in God or not, I don't know how you argue that's not proof of a miracle of some sort, because I had nothing. I was broken. Right. And I think God he let me get to the point where he's like, okay, Mr. Smarty Pants, you thought you were so good. You thought you're so talented. And, you know, you still need help.
Right.
And he let me get that broken. Right. And I tell my son that goes to college now, I told him, I said, Bryce, I said, with my personality, it would have been very easy for me if this company were successful right from the get-go to take all the credit for myself and say, it's because of my talent, my ability, I'm smart enough, whatever. Okay. It would have been very easy for me to act like that and have that mentality.
Right.
And I said, but you know what? God showed me, listen, you're nothing without help. You're nothing without me. You need me no matter what, you know? And it keeps me very grounded. I mean, so when I tell you that, you know, when I get a lot of compliments, that's nice. Right. But I really honestly don't allow them to go to my head, because as somebody once told me, you're only as good as your last print job, you know? But I really do treat each day, and I try to, right before I flip the lights on in this place, you know, pray and say, you know, please rain down your blessings on spray signs. And let me show people what's possible with your help.
Right.
And that I don't try to take credit for anything. I mean, you know, and that's where I'm at.
Right. No,
and
bro.
We're not where I want to be yet, but I can't begin to tell you how much we've grown. It's absurd. As of middle of August, we already outsold all of last year put together. Wow. So that was pretty cool. Cost of materials have went up substantially, which is my next battle. But anyway,
I know.
But you know, that first year, 2020, I will tell you, grand total, our sales were like $24,000 for the whole year.
Wow.
So we lost our butt. But it's okay, you know. I mean, it drove me harder.
Right.
And you know, people will get proofs for me literally 2:00 in the morning on a Saturday night, or, you know, I've sent proofs 3:00 in the morning on a Sunday night.
Wow.
And still been in here at 8:30. You know what I mean?
Right.
Or I have a rule where all our business is via cell phones. Okay. Mm-hmm. We don't have any landlines. And I take my business phone home with me at night. I have it on me all weekend. If you want to talk to me, I will be happy to text you if I'm at home. If I'm at home, I do not talk on the phone.
Right.
If you want to talk to me, it's either text or email. But I will return text messages midnight, 1 a.m. I don't sleep that much. So,
right.
You know, and people will go, you're answering me at midnight, you know, on a Friday night or Saturday night or Sunday night. Yeah. You know, when you own your own company, that's what you do. You know, I am not a big, huge company with 500 employees or anything. We're a little 2-man operation. So right. All these signs that you see in back of me or in our lobby or our door hanger wall and all this stuff, that's within 2 years. with two people. You know, occasionally I'll have my kids come in, or my wife has actually even worked a couple times on a weekend, you know, running the printer or cutting paper down, whatever.
Right.
But day to day, we're a 2-person operation. That's it. So I am doing all sales, all invoicing, all customer service, all the design work, all of that by myself. So, you know, in an industry where a lot of these guys are smaller operators, you know, 1 or 2-person operators,
right.
I think that really resonates with them, because they appreciate the fact that, listen, I know you guys are out there working your butts off, and guess what? I'm right along with you. You know, I might not be out in the lawn spraying,
right,
but I'm also working 7 days a week, however many hours a day. And, you know, I try to work as hard as they do, you know, to try to help them grow. You know, I don't just push off crappy designs on anybody just to make better numbers.
Right.
I am an artist that owns a printing company. I'm not a print shop owner that hires graphic designers that don't know what they're doing, because I've seen that other company where I came from, the designer that replaced me, probably off of Craigslist or something. And I'm like, are you joking me? Really?
Right.
What are you doing?
Yeah.
You know? And they also, for instance, I've had people call me up. They're like, I called over there to talk to a designer to order signs. And they said, I'm not allowed to speak to a designer until I've paid the $300 design fee and the $250 die fee. So I have to pay them $550 out of pocket before I'm even allowed to speak to a designer, just to ask them a basic question. And I'm just like, yeah, I don't work that way. You know, I'm not about greed. I mean, it would be nice to make a profit once, you know, one of these days.
Yeah, I know. I remember that. And it's still hard to make a profit. I mean, we got wiped out with COVID. I had to make a hard decision and raise my prices dramatically on a lot of, because, you know, fertilizer prices went through the roof. I mean, with the nitrogen and the cost of fuel, costs went through the roof for us. I mean, we're a service business. We depend, I mean, literally your gas bill literally doubled on you. I mean, how do you, your biggest single expense with next to employees, you know, it's always more than chemical. And we had to make hard decisions to raise our prices. Luckily, we only lost about 5 clients.
That's not bad.
No. And so most of them understood, and, you know, one of them, you know, came back or wanted to come back, but, you know, hey, here's our new pricing. And it's a tough one, because you're like, I'm not trying to gouge you, but our product has gone up 30% 3 times.
Right.
In the last 2 years, our gas went to double. You know, when you could buy a vehicle, you pay, you know, $15,000 over market for a brand new vehicle.
Yep.
I mean, you know, that's a lot. And then plus my labor costs doubled in the last year. If I wouldn't pay guys, you know, as I raise my prices, I say, guys, if I raise my prices, I raise you, because I know your rent just doubled for a lot of these guys. So yeah, man, it's not easy doing what we do. I don't care which industry you're in, being a business owner. You know, you're blessed tremendously to have a wife that got it, that had more faith than you to do what she did. And then, because most wives will not even contemplate the fact that I don't care how miserable you are, I depend on that paycheck.
Right. Yep.
And that's a tough one. And it's a tough one.
I did not take a penny out of this company for the first year.
Yeah.
I didn't take a paycheck whatsoever, not one penny.
Right.
The really crazy part and how God is just, you look back sometimes and you say, man, even though you struggled, you see how God took care of you, even though you were too focused on yourself to really appreciate it at the time.
Yeah.
But my wife works for MetLife, the insurance company, and she worked in short-term disability. Okay. So COVID hits. That's when I start my business, which was genius. Anyway, that's the time you want to give up a full-time job, no matter how miserable you were.
Right.
And so I'm not collecting any paycheck for the first year. And she's in short-term disability. What do you think is considered short-term disability? All the COVID cases, right? And she was able to work from home. So here I'm working, trying to get things off the ground. And once we were able to print, I really started, trying to work my butt off to market and, do all this stuff to let people know we exist, And at that point, I didn't even have an employee yet. So I would bring in Chris, who's my one employee, to do die cutting and to do shipping. That's his job. And so I would have him come in, and he used to work for the other company that I used to work for. And so he would come in, on weekends and stuff and do die cutting and stuff. And he got paid way before I ever got a paycheck.
Right.
But my wife, I might stay at work till 10 at night, go home. She's still working, sitting at the dining room table. She worked. And it became a joke that, listen, are you doing this just to try to one up me? I work till 8, you work till 9. I'll work till 9, you'll work till 10. I'll work till 11, you'll work till midnight, just to outwork me just by a little bit. And she would laugh. She would think that's funny, but by doing that, she was making tons of overtime and offset the fact that I wasn't collecting a check yet. I couldn't, the business couldn't sustain me collecting a paycheck, And so you sit there and go, man, you can get to the point where you even look at COVID almost as a blessing in disguise. It was killing me in starting a business, but it was keeping us afloat financially just because she was able to get more overtime that way,
Yeah, that verse that says all things work together for good for those who love God and are called according to his purpose. When God has a purpose, it doesn't matter, what the situation is. He can turn it. I mean, I just had a call while I was on the phone with you from another operator. He's in Alabama, and we've had a good friendship now for a couple of years. And he's like, I said, bro, God's going to provide. We have the conversations, and there come times when he says, man, I'm down to like $75 and the truck needs a $3,000 repair. And all of a sudden a $10,000 encapsulation just falls on his lap.
Yep.
And it's like, what am I going to do now? I don't even have the people to do it.
Yeah.
And that's like, that's just the way it is. I've never been in, look, you talk about starting in COVID. I started up in 2009.
Okay.
The economy took off. I lost literally about $10,000 a year in 6 months. It was like ridiculous. It was like one falling after the other after I had started. And just, I've seen my bank account, both of them literally go down to zero. Both the business bank account and the personal bank account.
Right.
Go down to zero and say, what am I going to do? And all of a sudden, a big job rolls in. It's like $5,000, and covers everything and everybody.
Yep.
I've never missed a payroll. I may be a little late, but I've never missed a payroll.
I tell my guy, listen, I will always pay you before I pay myself.
You know, and that's something that people don't get when you're this small, that when you're successful 10 years from now and you have 10 employees, most of the ones that probably started with you aren't there because they've either moved on or whatever. And people think, oh, he's just here and he doesn't do anything and we do all the work and he gets paid. But they don't remember the 10, 15 years sometimes that, you know, I remember paying my guys in a lot of cases more than I was making every single month. And they would not believe it. I said, look, bro, here's your paycheck. Here's mine.
Yeah.
The only difference is I'm building a company. It'll grow in value. You will have a paycheck. Eventually I'll have some value where I can sell it or do whatever I want, or eventually I'll make the money I have. You know, during COVID, you know, it was a tough pill for me to swallow. That time my mother was dying. I was getting divorced. I had to find a home to live in because they wouldn't renew my lease.
Okay.
Where do you find in this economy a house for what I bought it for, half price of what most places are going for, when I couldn't cut a deal for less than 50,000 with less than 500,000 on a home.
Right.
And I still had to put 100 grand into it. And they wanted an extra 30 to 50,000 at closing cash. That's the way Miami became during COVID during that time.
Right. Oh yeah.
And to find a place where I can buy, where I can have my vehicles, you know, have a garage, have a place, and have almost what I was paying for in rent.
That's crazy.
And be blessed that way. We're like, it can't happen because you can't find a place with a yard. You can't find a place where you can park your vehicles.
Right.
And every deal fell through. And I finally told the landlord, I said, look, I got to seriously be honest. I think I might have to settle for an apartment to buy because I didn't want to rent anymore. And
right.
but I've owned condos before and I didn't like it. And it's just like God just worked it out. Everything I've done on a miracle and on a prayer.
Yep. Yep.
Everything, even this podcast is on faith because I was literally criticized by half the industry about what I was doing.
Okay.
10 years ago. You know, and nobody's like, you know, who is this guy that gives him with no PhD, no big company, and gives him the right to do a podcast and tell other people how to do pest control?
That's right. Yeah.
Other than the fact that I'm audacious and I am that guy that I would have, our DNA is such that it becomes for us both a double-edged sword. In other words, the same thing that drives us to prove people wrong can also become a hindrance because we're like, oh, look how smart we are. I don't need God. I'm same battle.
Yeah.
You know, where and then I will sit here and I will just have to remind myself to be prayerful and thankful. I could have been born like my brother. Listen, I got a brother who's in Cuba. Never made it out. Yeah. I have a box in my trunk of light bulbs I need to send him, of self-charging, rechargeable light bulbs, because the power goes out there every single day now. They don't have any power at night. Wow. Mosquitoes are killing him. I had to buy half gallons of mosquito repellent so he can put on himself because they can't sleep at night because they don't have windows. And he never knew what it was like to live the way I lived. He never made it out because my mother could not. He had 18. He got in the military. So to understand somebody who is extremely thankful and humble about what I have, even though I worked my butt off for it, I could have been him.
Yeah.
And never had the opportunity because he never had an opportunity. You know, so it's humbling when a lot of people don't understand why I continue to do what I do. It really is out of a lot of gratitude, but it also, you know how many guys have been in the situation you were in who did not see the hope.
Right. Yeah. But I mean, when you're there and you're in that depression,
Yeah.
you don't think about anybody else.
No, you
think
don't.
about yourself.
Yeah,
You think
you
about
do.
yourself.
You do.
You get in this self-preservation mode of you're the only person on the face of the earth.
Yeah.
And you feel like you're the only person on the face of the earth.
Yeah.
You know, that form of depression,
yeah.
You can't have empathy for anybody else, because how are you going to feel sorry for somebody else when you see zero hope?
Yeah. No, I mean, my friend Eric, who's my producer for this show, and he helps me out with all the producing and all that. He went through a similar place of where you went through, except he did it at church, where he served for 18 years, and they just threw him aside. And then his whole identity and everything he did and everything he gave up to serve, and then it didn't matter. And talk about, he went through the same thing. I went through depression, and I went through, I wasn't so much depressed as I was completely depleted of all energy to do anything. I wanted to mentally, I wasn't to where I want to take my life, but I'm like, I don't have the energy to even think. I couldn't even get 2 words out. And we talked about it. It says, one of the verses, one of the Bible chapters that keeps me sane in the midst of all this and all of this is Psalm 73.
Okay.
Where the priest walks into the temple and he's complaining to God about how it's been totally useless for him to be righteous, because he sees the unrighteous prospering in everything they do. You see everybody cheating, everybody doing the illegal stuff, and they're prospering. And you're sitting here going, nuts. It gets to the point you could become self-righteous and look how good I am, and why don't I prosper? And then he says, I went before you and I complained about this. And the priest says, I was like an animal before you, without understanding of what the end of that is.
Right.
And yes, so that's one of the things that have grounded both of us, is that Psalm 73, where we understand that, hey, yes, it doesn't always work out the way you think. It isn't the road less traveled, the road of integrity, the road in an age where in business and especially in large markets like Miami, New York, LA, everybody is a hustler and everybody's slick. And it's easy to fall into this mentality of, but everybody's doing it. And I'm going to be like, I just had a friend who I consider a dear friend, says, bro, how long are you going to be, that's stupid to all these guys are doing? I said, yes, but I refuse to. Like I had one of my suppliers says, but bro, there's no way to control these diseases with 6 applications a year. You have to violate the label and apply it 24 times and not report it.
Right.
Because you don't have that many products to rotate with. And I said, no, I will, I do IPM and I don't have to. This is why I have a lot of time scaling, doing a lot of things. But, God still gives me wisdom to say, what, charge this, only select this customer, get rid of all these customers that are a pain in your butt.
Right.
And I remember during the middle of COVID, and I was losing, I couldn't lose another client because we lost 30% of the business, dried up, because our apartment renters that hire us could not afford to do it.
Right.
And I literally took my most expensive client and I fired him. $600 a month, $732 a month client, because he was unreasonable every time. And now he was expecting a weekly service for free because he saw one rodent walking through the yard. I mean, he wanted it every week now, and every week was, and then on top of that, his bill was 45 and 60 days late continuously. Now, this is in a house where this is a multi-millionaire singer.
Okay.
Multi-platinum album. But his administrator, was that kind of person. And I just listened. We decided, you're no longer a fit. I'm going to fire you. Now I just finished closing on our biggest deal, which is a $15,000 a year client for one house.
Okay.
On lawn care.
Okay.
And I replaced him within, because when you get rid of all that weight, you know, everybody's troubled. We're trying to figure this out. We're small. We got pressure on all sides. The hard decision that you have to make is that one sometimes is, I'm going to fire that client. I don't care how profitable he is. He's bad for my culture. He was, my text hated going to, every time I go, I want to punch this guy in the face. He's so arrogant. I don't, why would I want to be in that situation? So, right. So I want to be at peace. We want to be at harmony with people. That's just, and so I replaced him very quickly because I was able to, you know, what that call every week, just every time I saw that phone, I don't want to pick. I mean, I literally would wait until Monday because it would ruin my weekend.
Wow.
Of that, dealing with that, just and the blood pressure going up. And so, yeah, man, it's, if it weren't for my faith to just, you know, hunker down and say, no, I know who I believed. I know what I believed. I know why I believe it. And I've never seen God not provide, even when I had no clue of what I was going to do.
Yep.
It would just, the business would literally fall on my lap. What a marketing guy could not do, you know, trying as hard as he did,
mm-hmm.
I've seen God do like miraculously. Let me ask you this, because you
know one thing.
Uh-huh.
I'll tell you. One thing I'll tell you is I've really tried to learn in my prayer life not to tell God how to do his job.
Nope, it doesn't work.
Okay? Because guess what? As we discussed earlier with this whole trash clip thing,
right?
That guy came to me with his problem, but didn't try to explain how to solve it to me.
Right.
Okay. Because I think differently than him.
Right.
My brain is wired differently.
Right.
Doesn't make me smarter.
It's just different. It's a different way of looking at it.
I think on a different side of my brain most of the time.
Right.
Okay. So if I have that mentality with my friends or customers, whatever, God's on a whole different level. Okay. So why would I think in my puny little brain that I can tell him how to solve my problems?
Right.
If I can't solve my problems, then why would I expect him to try to solve it my way?
Right.
So what I do is present my issue and say, here you go, God. I'm giving it to you.
Yep.
Help me. That's what I need, you know? And all of a sudden, problems that I think I know the solutions for will get solved in whole different ways that I had never fathomed. And I just sit back and I'm just amazed all the time, you know?
No, I will, like right now I'm facing, the old saying says new levels, new devils. Mm-hmm. Every time you grow, there's a new problem and you're in new shoes that you haven't been there before. And, a lot of things, all these business owners that have all this great knowledge is because somehow they went to Yale or Harvard and they figured out this. No, they figured it out along the way. And they just accepted that here's a new stepping stone. Here's a new problem. I got to overcome it. And I'm going to, the same way I overcome the last 15. And now they understand things about business that we don't understand. But it's because of that level. I am going, it's every time I go through, it's a new pain, a new growth spurt, new challenges. And a lot of people, what they want is they don't want that pain. They want, in other words, they want the multiplication to be steady, predictable, and it's not. Like I had to take another pay cut now to give my new tech a raise, but I gave them new responsibilities that took it off my back.
Right.
That allows me to be able to do this again. Because believe it or not, you and I, a lot of these conversations, is not only therapy, but also expands my head while I'm having the conversations. I'm having BFO, what my boss used to call a BFO. You know what a BFO is? It's a blinding flash of the obvious.
Oh, okay. Never heard that one before.
Yeah. And he used to say, Frank, I had a BFO. Hold on. What is that? This is a blinding flash of the obvious. And probably one of the most brilliant minds I ever worked for, just out there on a whole different level. Greatest boss I ever had. But these conversations are important because a lot of people get pigeonholed. They get narrow vision. They think I'm the only one that's going through this. Nobody else understands. You got all the marketing guys just bringing on people that are just like, almost, it was effortless. I started my business and, now here I am $10 million later, and I can show you how to do the same thing.
Right.
It's like me, I can't get rid of this gut because I just refuse to work out. I mean, it's simple. But if I bought every course that was out there, I should be thin, because I bought all the courses. No, it still requires.
My dad used to buy diet pills. Okay.
Right.
And he had a collection of diet pills like you've never seen before in your life. And he would take them a day or two and wash them down with, 3 Big Macs.
Right.
And then wonder why he wasn't miraculously thin after 2 or 3 days. And so then he'd see the next infomercial and buy that pill.
Yeah.
And next thing you know, he had a huge collection. But it was always that next pill that was going to make him skinny,
Yeah, no, to me, I realized, I'm battling right now high burning blood sugar again. The keto is no longer working to control I had reversed my pre-diabetes. It's no longer working. I'm like, how can you have diabetes and you're so thin? And I don't drink soda. I don't eat desserts. I don't eat sugar. I basically maybe less than 50 grams of carbs a day, maybe 15 grams of sugar a day if I'm lucky. And now I have morning blood sugar again. It's at 136 every morning. I can get it down to 120, but I have to have like a super light meal at 3:00 in the afternoon and go 16, 18 hours fasting. Like right now, I've been fasting. All I had is dark black coffee, fasting all morning. I'm going to go check it later. And I'm going to go after this. I'm going to go try to get some blood work done. Because, I don't know. I might, if I worked out and now I need to make the time again. That's the whole thing, is these hours that we have to put in to fix a lot of these problems. People say delegate, but you don't have income and you don't have the people and you can't hire, how the heck do you delegate? How many people have you ever hired in your life besides the one you just hired now at your factory?
See, I've had multiple jobs in the past where I had to hire people.
Right.
So even at that last company I worked for, we went through 20 graphic designers in 5 years.
That's a lot of turnover.
20. And a lot of them, and this is just kind of a jerk move.
Right.
What my old boss used to do is he would have designers come in and have them quit their existing job, bring them in, use them for a day or two, decide he doesn't like them, fire them. Well, by that time, they've already quit their old job. And then they would go, well, how much am I getting paid? Pay? I don't need to pay you. I don't need to pay you. You were only here, what, a day and a half, 2 days? You didn't even do anything. You were just in training. You don't get paid. What? And I'd be like, why? Why did you fire my designer? Well, they weren't you. So they're not supposed to be me.
Right.
They're supposed to help me. I give them the light work. I do the heavy lifting. Right. And no. He wanted instant gratification,
right. And the thing is, people get away with that, and it's fine. They'll continue to have their business, but they're breeding their own competition, because if the guy was, it just came along that you were the right guy, that came along with the right wife, with the right mentality. It was the perfect storm. And
well,
now,
remember, I said I never wanted to own a business.
yeah, exactly. But you're forced because you have no, that's it. What are you going to do?
Well, here you go. And this, there was a specific day where the light bulb went off for me. And I understood where I was at was not where I could thrive.
Right.
People used to say to me, well, what's your dream job? And I would think, and I would say, I'm at my dream job. I do what I love.
Right.
This, what I'm about to say is not an advertisement. I love designing these signs.
Right.
I do.
Yeah.
I get a great deal of enjoyment out of it. I get a great deal of personal satisfaction out of it. Okay. I like to design them. It's not something that you have to force me to do. Okay.
Right.
So one day went into work, 9 o'clock in the morning. I took no lunch break, no dinner break, no breaks of any sort. I don't smoke or anything like that, so I didn't hang out with people in the warehouse. I legit designed. And as I'm packing up at 11 o'clock at night, okay, so I've worked 14 straight hours, okay? I ate on my drive into work, worked 14 straight hours. My boss had installed a security camera over in back of my desk so he could look at all 3 of my computer monitors the entire day to see exactly what I was working on. He had spy software installed on my computer so he could watch all 3 of my monitors anytime he wanted, any time of the day, even from home, right? And I knew that, and I didn't care because I was legit working.
Right.
I wasn't going off. And okay, we're going to back up just a little bit. Before I started there, he had 0 social media, none. Right. No Facebook, no Instagram, no Twitter, no nothing. And a website that barely worked, okay? And I completely changed all that, and I started all that stuff for him. And one day I was printing out a proof on the copier, and I had like 5 minutes before the machine started up. So I went on Facebook and just looked up 5 random pest control companies that was not currently our clients. Dropped them a simple message. Hey, have you ever thought about having one of these signs made? You know, and attached a little graphic that I had invented. By the end of the day, out of those 5 random people, we got 4 of them as clients in one day. Cost us 0 to do that.
Right.
And it was done during a time where I could be standing near the copier, just waiting for it to warm up, but I didn't. I was proactive, right?
Right.
So I go to the owner, and I'm like a dog that just brought you something that they deem important to them, right? And I'm like so excited, and I was like, hey, listen. And I told him what I just told you. And he instantly got angry with me. Why? Wait a second. He goes, I don't want you on Facebook. Whoa. I said, wait, I wasn't on my personal Facebook. I was on our company's Facebook. I wasn't looking at a friend's picture of their baby or something, I was doing marketing work, doing marketing for you, for your company. You're profiting from this, not me. I'm not working on commission, right? I got you 4 new customers. They cost you 0. I don't care. If you want to do that crap, you do it on your own time. Wait. If you're not going to appreciate me,
right,
I'm sure as heck not going to do it on my own time. Right?
Not unless you like the abuse.
Right. So that day, that had just occurred probably the week beforehand. And so this particular day, went to work at 9, was packing up at 11 o'clock at night, which was not super abnormal for me, okay? Right. Because he had fired all my designers. Right. So, and it was during busy season, which is really stupid. Anyway, and so I'm packing up, and so I reached over and I grabbed my cell phone and I picked it up and I texted my wife, said, "Hey, honey, packing up, gonna be heading home in a few minutes." Put my phone down. Just to be polite. I'm the only one in this big, huge building, okay? And it's a scary parking lot. So, you know, you do that crap when you're married, you know?
Right.
And it's just common courtesy. And all of a sudden my cell phone buzzes. I think it's my wife, but it's not. It's my boss. And I pick it up and I look and it says, "Why are you texting during work time? Don't you know that texting during work is the same as stealing?" And I said, "You know what? No matter how much I do for this guy,
it doesn't
matter what I do, it's never going to be good enough. It's never going to be enough. And he's never going to appreciate what I've done for him or what I do for him. This is not a long-term solution.
Right.
I'm doing what I love, but I'm just working for a jerk."
Yep.
I mean, that's just being honest.
Yeah.
And, you know, when I first got there, they had burned through so many designers. I can't even begin to tell you how many designers they went through. And their filing system, you could tell. They had zero organizational skills. Their files were all over the place. They were reprinting anywhere from 3 to 5 jobs a week because they didn't know what the client's latest artwork was supposed to look like. Dang. Because it had been done by 20 other designers.
Right.
And so everybody just threw stuff. So let's say you have a folder at that company and you've done everything from signs, door hangers, business cards, letterhead, banners, whatever, okay? You open up your folder and it was one straight column of files. Every image you've ever used in a trifold brochure, every font, every business
right.
name. It could literally, for some of their bigger clients, have 200, 300 files just in a straight row. And I went, holy crap. And some of these companies would have 7, 8 signs in that line because they'd made changes. And all of a sudden, the pre-press guy's just throwing any version he sees on the press and coming to find out they haven't used that phone number in 3 years.
Wow.
Okay. So all their signs were done in Photoshop, pretty much. Okay. Which is not an optimum thing.
Right.
Here's the rationale. You will have brand new companies that come in, even to me now, and say, I have nothing. I have absolutely nothing. I have no logo. I have a name. I have a phone number. That's it. Make me something. Okay. And those are my favorite customers. Absolutely favorite customers. I mean, crap. Oh my goodness. I'll just grab this one just because it's right back in my head. This guy, Wizard Lawn Care, right?
That's cool.
I wish I could show you their sign that they came to me with. It was straight up just text.
Yeah.
In green with green grass under it. That's it. And it was like a maybe a 5 by 8.5, 5.5 by 8.5, roughly half a sheet of paper. And they came to me with that, and I was just like, that's not good. That's terrible. And they're like, well, why? I don't know. You're putting a green sign in green grass in front of green bushes with trees that are green. Congratulations. You have a camouflaged sign. I said, what you do have is a really cool name. You just don't know how to use it. And the guy's like, what? I go, just listen. Just say, Chad, do what you do. And I go, and then just hang up. So he said, okay, do what you do. Let me see it. And I did this design for him. Okay. He comes back, it says, no. And I'm like, that's it. No. What do you mean, no? You got to give me something more than just no. Well, our company is just me and my dad. And my dad's really old school. And that's been his logo forever. You know, since he started the company, he doesn't want to change it. And I'm like, okay, let me ask you a question. Are you going to take over the company soon? He goes, eventually. And I said, would you like to have a company to take over? Would you like to grow? Would you like to actually make money? Well, obviously, yeah. I said, then guess what? You want this sign. That other sign will never get you one client. Never. You know why? Nobody will see it. They're not going to see a little dinky sign that's green in a green lawn. They're not. People are going to walk by it all day and never even notice it. You know what they are going to notice? They're going to notice this because it's not green. Okay? I know you do lawn care. Just because you do lawn care does not mean your sign needs to be green. I hate to throw this out there as a shocker. And a lot of these signs behind me, there's a little bit too much green for me, but sometimes you're stuck, you know?
Yeah.
You're not going to talk logic into everybody.
You want to hear a funny story?
But wait, I said,
okay, go ahead.
I said, listen, if I show you a sign with just text on it that says Wizards Lawn Care, okay, great. If I show you a sign with an actual wizard on it, maybe even holding a weed, okay, people remember that.
Right.
And guess what? If they are in the need for lawn care service, they're going to go, hey, remember that wizard sign? Okay. Because guess what? They'll remember that image a lot more than they'll remember your name. And that image should reinforce your name. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah. Whatever's memorable. I mean, it has to be memorable for it to be, you know, for it to work. And then, of course, then you have your marketing with, you know, the other elements of good copy and, you know, and what does the colors mean and the psyche, and you have all that psychological stuff going on. And then if you can throw in a resistible offer, you know, the art of the irresistible offer, then, you know, you've got something that can, you know, will potentially work for you.
Well, if you do a bad job on their lawn, I don't care what sort of advertising you do.
You know, it's funny. It's funny.
Everybody what they need to know.
Like if I will not take a client on, for instance, here in Miami, that doesn't have irrigation.
Okay.
Because what I tell people is understand that when that truck is parked, that's a walking billboard. And the guy is out there seeing me spray your lawn, and then your lawn looks like car, you know, and that's my calling card.
Yep.
And so I actually will have pictures always of my house between two others, and
Okay.
to show that, you know, in my marketing, to show that, hey, look at the difference. Even when people tell me, oh, you can't keep the weeds off my lawn because my next door neighbor, look, it's all weeds. I said, we can still do it, but we refuse to take on certain clients that the client doesn't like. For instance, the mowing is terrible.
Right.
I've already told the landscaper he won't sharpen. It says fire your landscaper. But he says the problem in Miami is that you'll hire every other landscaper. He doesn't sharpen his blade because they all went to the same horticultural college of jardineria. So
of what?
That's it. Jardineria is every other landscaper in Miami is Hispanic, and they don't speak English. And right. I have to. I can you talk to me? I get this all the time. Can you talk to my landscaper and tell him what I need? And I said
Spanish.
Yeah, because I speak both languages. So I said no. I said if your landscaper doesn't know how to do his job, then either you tell him or you fire him. But when they mow it, when they scalp the lawn, I show up, the lawn is scalped. I tell the client, look, I need it at 4 inches. I need it mowed weekly. And I need it mowed with a sharp blade. And I need it irrigated twice a week. Oh, well, I'll never get my landscaper to do any of that. Then you can't have what you're asking. Because he says, I want a perfect looking lawn. The moment you use that word perfect with me, I'm going to show you what perfect costs.
Right.
And then you tell me if you really want it, because you got 5 commercial companies go through there at $49, and I'm starting at $120 a month. I'm already 4 to 6x more than everybody else. It's, you know, do I take on every client? No, like my guy does in 1 week. The amount of stops he does in a week is equal to the amount of stops that most guys do in a day.
Okay.
But these are all high-priced properties. These are, you're going to be there an hour minimum to do some of this stuff, and some of these going to be there for 4, 5, 6 hours. Like this new one we just took on, he's going to be in there probably an entire day.
You don't have to put it together. Well,
doing an initial on one lawn, because of all the palm trees. I mean, we're you know, but I see the competition in like Tampa area,
right?
Lawns. I'm like, how do these guys survive with those prices? I mean, I lose my mind when I see it. And I thought Miami was bad, but I see the $49. I got every guy. Oh, I want to hire you because I saw your videos and I think what you're doing is awesome. And I've had 3 companies and they all suck. And I'm like, how much are you paying them? Well, I'm paying $49 with this national brand. I'm like, you know, you need to, you're in for a shock. Are you sitting? Because I don't want you to hurt yourself if you fall. When you faint. I said, but we start out at 120 a month, my minimum. I don't take on any client for less than 120 a month. That's for 6,000 square feet property.
Okay.
Because we're at $18 minimum per 1,000 square feet per month.
Right.
We're there on a monthly basis with a program.
Right.
And so if you want it, you know, and some of these properties, that's only for the lawn. That's not for your shrubs. That doesn't include palm trees. That doesn't include tree care. That's just your lawn. So when you're talking to me about, I want it perfect. That's even that customer right there is that I can't improve on what she has. -1, I'll take it. So you know, the quality, that's my calling card. That's always been my calling card. Because the neighbor like, who the heck does your lawn? He's going to knock on that door.
Right.
That's why, you know, and so I refuse to put my vehicle in front of a house just because I can collect the income, because, you know, it's not going to happen.
Right.
And so, you know, so I actually tried the sign thing, believe it or not. And I've done it. I bought from the company that you used to work for.
Right.
And the signs weren't bad. I mean, they weren't really bad. They were nice. You know, they were nice. They were just a square foot, you know, it wasn't die cut. It wasn't any, it was just, but to tell you that how many calls I've gotten through the years from that sign in Miami, I can only remember maybe 2 times. We put over 1,000 signs It just, what works for me is what I do is YouTube videos. I'm showing YouTube videos after YouTube video after YouTube video after YouTube video. It's like, I got 4. At one time we were producing 5 YouTube videos a week.
Okay.
So to me, that works. Now, I've been thinking about doing once these are gone, because I still have, I think I'm probably down to a pack. I think we're down to like that much now. I got to call Chad. I really did. I said, I got to call Chad and have him come up with a graphic design on something unique,
right,
for what we're doing. And I was telling my guy, I said, I got to do it because he doesn't have the time, and he's a really good graphic artist, but he doesn't have the time, and he's between too many things, so he's not focused. Right. So I said, no, I'm not going to give that to him. So I said, really got to call you. Says, I wanted to do something nice to put out there that would really really say what we're about in a graphic way. Right. Because now we and like I said, we don't have that many lawns. I mean, what I do in a year for a route is what most guys would have to do. Like what my guy did in a week, is what most guys do, like 11 stops a day. I mean, he's doing, 11 stops a week.
Oh, wow.
And he pulled in a grand of income in 30 hours. Nice. So people say, it can't be done. I said, no, you have to learn to be patient.
Right.
If at the beginning, I took on everything. I made that mistake. I learned hard lessons from those mistakes of taking on every client because I wanted to just pay the bills, and I had to. And I learned after a while that no, I am one of the most exclusive companies for a reason, and that's because I pick who my clients are. Right. That's just been, while I'm able to do a lot of the things that I'm trying to get other people to see, just like the way you try to talk to that client about how his art sucks. Mm-hmm. I try to talk to my client about why their lawn sucks. And unless you get all these things fixed, it's never, and I guess I am an artist in a sense, because why don't you give up lawn care? Why don't you give up lawn care? You know how many times I've tried giving up lawn care? but lawn care is next to roach service, really. I mean, lawns and roaches are probably the things that bring me the most satisfaction. Right. And the reason is, with lawns, I take something that was messed up and ugly and we restore it and we make it beautiful. Right. With roaches, we're taking somebody out of a miserable situation with their kids. And I'm talking about a lot of these are really bad. And you're able for people to have peace. It's kind of like bed bug work, where kids are getting bitten, with ants. Okay. Yeah. Right. Other things are like, whatever, but these two things for me seem to have personal meaning. Yeah. So when we take off these landscapes, says, I have people say, bro, I've had 5 lawn care companies. I said, I have one client says, I've owned a property since I was 18. This guy's in his mid 60s. Okay. And he says, you're the best lawn guy I've ever had. But he does pay 2 to 3x, but he got what he wanted. In other words, what is it that you want? And a lot of the time with art, I was going to tell you, a lot of time with art, the customer does not know what they want. That's true. They have what they have in front of them, and they want you to improve on something that's bad. Right. In graphic design. So
or they just see other companies and say, well, if that works for them, that will sure work for us. Right. Instead of trying to be different. Right. Than their competition. Yeah. I'm like, you're just trying to blend in.
Yeah. I remember, I'll tell you this funny story why art design. Because when I used to work for the Christian T-shirt business, yes, this customer, a pastor, sends us in.
Can you hear that noise?
I know I don't hear anything.
Okay. I had to turn on my fan. I was baking. That's why I'm turning.
Oh, okay. No, I can't hear it. It's perfectly fine. Yeah, and he sends this design of the theme for the year. It's an open Bible that's kind of like at an angle. Okay. And it's got the cut in the middle in the hump, and then he's got a submarine going right through the middle of it.
Why?
And the theme was of this year's camp is going deeper. Now, when you looked at it at a certain angle, it looked like a phallic symbol.
Yeah.
The artists were all cracking up and says, "Have you seen this?" And I look at it and I'm like, yeah, not a good idea.
Mm.
And so we had to go back. I'm the sales guy. I'm going back to this. I said, "Look, guy, I just got your artwork. I just saw the facts. Not a good idea."
No.
Yep. So he's like,
I tell people when they first come to me, okay, listen, I need to be upfront and tell you two things. Number one, I am 100% honest 100% of the time.
Right.
Okay. That's one reason I had to leave that company that I used to work for.
Right.
Because as his daughter once said, the only way you can tell if my dad is lying is if his lips were moving. That's not the reputation I want.
Right.
If there's a reason your job's going to be late, I'll tell you exactly what it is, no matter what.
Right.
I do not lie to you. You know, and I always tell people, you know why I don't lie? I'm not smart enough to lie. Liars have to remember all their lies.
Right.
And I don't ever want that pressure. Okay, what did I tell this person?
Of course.
Why their job's late, or why this, or why that, you know? Yeah, honesty is just the best policy.
Right.
The second thing I always tell people is, one thing you have to understand about me, my job is not to make you feel good about your current advertising.
Right.
It's not. If I lie to you, that's not helping you. It's not going to help you grow.
Right.
All that's going to do is try to boost your ego and make you feel better. That's not my job. My job is to tell you how to make your advertising better, and how to make your designs better, and how to make your business grow. So if you come to me with a logo, and this has happened, I have been brought logos from people's kids that they drew with crayons. And they're like, we have to put this on our sign. No, you don't.
Right.
Oh, my wife designed this logo. So I have to leave it as is. No, you don't. Right. You know why? Because it's ugly.
Right. Egos are tremendous, and the, you know, people get insulted when something they did or something they invested in and it's bad, but they've already put money or time or emotion into it. And
a lot of it's emotion.
Yeah, it's emotion. It's a very emotional.
Like that wizard lawn care.
Right.
That guy, his dad's like, well, I've used this logo for 20 years, you know? I don't care. It's not going to help you go to that next level. Right. And that's the whole reason you called me, right?
Right.
My job is not to just push out crap that you've had for 20 years.
Right.
My job is to help teach you, okay, let's take our brand and make it better and go to that next level. Right. And okay, I'm gonna back up a little. In that story where I told you where I used to work at that other company, they were reprinting all these jobs, right?
Right.
I went in and said, listen, I'm tired of reprinting jobs. I'm tired of us reprinting jobs. All that you're doing is just flushing money down the toilet over and over and over.
Right.
You have to change what you're doing, or we still keep making the same mistakes. And I said, you should not be doing these signs in Photoshop. You need to be doing them in Illustrator. And the owner's like, I don't know Illustrator. And I'm like, I don't care. Right. You're not a graphic designer.
Right.
Well, why should we do them in Illustrator? Okay. this guy that comes to me for a sign doesn't have squat. Okay. I need to make sure I am not designing him stuff that he just needs right now. I need to design him stuff that can grow with him as his business grows. He is going to want to eventually take that graphic, hopefully, and get a vehicle wrap, which I do not do. Okay. I have no skin in that game. I have no reason to push him towards me for that. Right. Because I don't sell that, right?
Right.
But what I want to give him is the ability to take my artwork and put it on a vehicle without somebody having to reinvent what I designed, if that makes sense.
Yeah, because that happens all the time. It's like, oh, no, you got to pay us to redesign it because we can't use that art, or you won't have access to it. A lot of the companies won't give you access to the art. They own it.
Correct. And that's one thing I do differently.
Right.
Because I went into this whole thing. What I saw at that other company was that small business owners got screwed all the time.
Yeah.
They just got screwed. But yet these big, huge companies, I'm going to throw one out there, like Truly Nolan, who's a national company, right? They pay next to nothing for their signs. They get them. I honestly don't know how they can print them as cheap as they do. I could never do it.
Right.
Okay. And the old owner over at that other company used to say, oh yeah, I lose money on them, but it's good promotion that we can say we do their printing. Who wants to work like that?
Right.
But you're taking a small company that's just getting started and you're charging them. Oh my goodness. Remember, I'm not good at math. Let's just say Truly Nolan would get their signs for 16 cents per sign. Okay. And Wizards Lawn Care, I'm just using them as an example. That other company would charge them $300 for design, $250 for a die, and then $1.50 or more per sign. Okay.
Right.
Then shipping, then tax. And all of a sudden they're going, I just got 500 signs. Why is it going to cost me $1,200, $1,300, $1,500,
right.
500 signs. I'm just getting started. I can't afford that. But you're charging Truly Nolan next to nothing, right? And I felt bad. I felt guilty. Like we were robbing those small businesses.
Yeah, so we pay through the nose for everything. I mean, I've always said it. We don't get a break on anything, on nothing. There's nothing, and on top of that, we can't spread the cost among anything else. Right.
So what I did was I told you, company I came from, $300 for design, $250 for a die. There's $550 for you're allowed to talk to anybody, right?
Right.
I do 500 signs, 500 stakes. Oh yeah, and that other price I just gave you from the other place didn't even include stakes. 500 signs, 500 stakes, the design, the die, and shipping for $650.
Yeah.
Okay. That to me, am I making tons of money? Absolutely not.
Right.
Could I do it and say, well, okay, that other company's charging $1,200. So maybe I should charge $1,100. No, because I'll still feel guilty. Even though my designs are a whole lot better.
Right. I mean, you could sell the value of your work based on your graphic design alone and say, you know, this is way better design, still justify the value because their costs are still there. I mean, you still gotta, you know, whatever it costs you to make that die, it still costs you. Those are still legitimate costs. And I've never, you know, I suffer from the same problem in a different way. Like my lawn care is super expensive because my lawn care is a want that you buy with like, I mean, these guys are not, I mean, the cheapest car some of these people have in their driveway is $150K. Okay. They could care less. It's pretty much what, you know, the FU money, you know, that's it. That's my lawn care. But where I struggle is where I give away cheap and less than my major competitors for what we do is our road service. Because most of these people that hire us to do it, 99% of them are apartment dwellers where the landlord should have taken care of it, but he's paying that guy $1 to $3 a door to spray, and they keep coming back and just keep spraying the floor. They got a little kid running around the floor who's picking up the roaches, picking up this, the dog is there. And I feel terrible that they're in that predicament when they're making $9 an hour.
Right.
And they can't afford it. And so in the past, I've done it very, very cheap. Like if you called me, my price is less than any major competitor with no contract. We solve it. We get it done. It's still expensive for them, you know, because by the time we're done, you know, they're going to spend $350 total with me going there 2 to 3 times. And so I guess, yeah, it is my kind of like my contribution to those that can't, you know, afford it, because I get it. I am an endless rooter for the underdog. That's why I have never, like, I had somebody ask me yesterday, this last week, dude, why don't you make an exclusive podcast and then they can pay for it and get all that knowledge? And I said, no, that's not the reason I do it.
Right.
My money is going to come. Like right now, I just got hired by a city to do a 4-hour safety training, pesticide safety training in Spanish. Yeah.
I saw that.
Yeah. So, and they've been talking to me about this forever. My money will come from when I do CEU training, that I certify it, and I'll rent a facility and I'll do my CEU training. I'm planning to do CEU training in Florida. Okay. You know, my money will come when I do, I don't know, maybe I'll write a book one day. I can't write, as you see, if you've read my posts, I can't write to save my life. But yet my stuff ranks. You know, that's my, you know, I feel terrible for the guy who can't hire that first employee, and nobody will show him how, because the reality is that there is no such thing as micro business consulting for a reason. Nobody can afford it. Nobody can make a living at it. Yep. So if I can't make a living at it, might as well give it away for free.
Yeah.
So that's what I've learned. I said, you know, there's no micro business consultant out there. They write books, and if you buy the audio tape and you write a book, that's about as much information you're going to get. The next package up is $1,500. And the guy who's in the middle of Alabama charging $35 a month because that's the market, he can't afford $1,300, $1,500 signs.
Right.
That's a lot.
Yep.
And especially if they don't sell. Because if it doesn't create money for them, he says, I'll just put these little cheapy 13 cent just to comply with the law. Right. You know, and that's the difference. You know, we're still using those big 12-inch ones. And we're, you know, when I get done with them, I'm definitely going to get new. I mean, I see the value of, you know, people seeing a nice sign out there, and when they walk on the lawn or whatever, a lot of the time they'll call me. They don't even tell me. I don't know, because I didn't ask, did you see a lawn sign, or did you see our truck, or, you know, did you see us, or, you know, how you got the info. So a lot of that is not trackable for us. Right. Too much work for me to track it, you know? So yeah, man, I get it. that's an incredible value. I mean, 600 and something bucks for 500 signs to get started with art and dye and shipping. And I mean,
and stakes and
stakes. I mean, the stakes alone, I know I bought them before. I bought 500. They're like 100 and something bucks.
I hope not, but
yeah, I mean, that's how much I got charged for buying them, just the stakes alone because we
charge you that much.
Yeah. So, hey man,
I got one for you. You ready for this one?
Uh-huh.
This is kind of cool because this is my invention. Nobody else does this. So I had a customer come to me and say, man, I get these new customers and their lawns are so ugly. I don't want to put my sign in an ugly yard that's just getting started on our program because that's embarrassing.
Right.
That makes me look like our company made their lawn that ugly.
Right.
Which I get. So there's something in the industry called under construction signs, if you've ever seen them.
Mm-hmm.
So a lot of companies, what they'll do is they'll have a whole separate sign that basically has their logo and it'll say this lawn is under construction. Okay. And they're pretty popular. So this company that I'm referring to, they only had small little signs. They had little 5.5 by 8.5 signs. And every time he'd come into my office, he's a local guy, and he was just getting started. Every time he came in, he would look at all these signs on my wall and the entryway and go, I need a bigger sign. And he'd be like, but I need an under construction sign. And I'm like, okay. And I was working on something else for somebody else. And I had this epiphany. Again, I probably started freaking out. And I called up this client. I said, listen, give me a couple days. I think I have a really genius idea. And he's like, okay, what is it? I'm like, give me a couple days. And I sent him a prototype. And this is what I had come up with. You ready? So this under construction part actually
just add it onto the sign, clip it on.
Will pop into the same hole as your stake goes through. Okay. And so this isn't the sign that it usually goes with. Right. I just had my employee Chris grab one off the wall. That's why you could kind of see him working behind me for a second. He grabbed one off my wall. And so on the back, you could still see where it would say under construction, but that way you only have to buy a small little additional sign, not have your techs drive around with two completely separate signs. And then you're not going to have to buy an 8.5 by 11 sign that just says under construction, when you could just have these toppers, as I refer to them.
Right.
And so if they see a lawn and there's some problem spots and they don't want to put a regular sign in their lawn, they can actually just carry some of these in the same box.
Right.
And just pull one out as needed, pop it in the same stake. You're not going to have a second stake. Pop it in the same stake and throw it out in the yard. And then people understand, oh, okay, this lawn's under construction. It's not always going to look like crap.
Right.
Does that make sense?
Yep. So yep. I get it.
I'm kind of proud in that idea because it's the only, nobody else does that because it's my invention.
Of course.
But when I showed it to the client, he was like, oh, that's friggin' genius.
Yeah. Solves that problem.
And he goes, so that way I can finally get a bigger sign and just have some of those toppers made. I go, yep. Can kill two birds with one stone.
So now you upsell every order because now you can get 500 signs and you can get 100 of these for your problem accounts. Just add them on to your.
Which has also become, people saw that and said, wait a second. Could I get something that says like, water here or needs water? And then I can put my sign right in a problem spot and it tells the homeowner, hey, you need to water this. That's what the problem is. Or I've had another account that says that has aeration, that he does aeration. So he actually gets toppers that will say lawn aeration or something like that.
Right.
So there's some different ones that, you know, people will see that idea and say, wait a second, what if it said this? And I'm like, sure, you know.
So, and let me ask you, because you do door hangers,
mm-hmm.
and what else do you do for marketing that's printable?
Oh man, door hangers, business cards, trifold brochures, sometimes banners, coroplast signs,
Okay.
stuff like that.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, but the biggest.
But I always said, unlike the old company I work for, I do not want to offer 5,000 products that I do a bad job doing.
Right. No, I mean, I would say that's it. I mean, that
I want to specialize. I want to specialize in a very specific area. I do not take jobs from roofing companies, anything like that. I have people that will contact me and say, oh, you know, I own a restaurant. Will you do a menu for me? No.
Right. Yeah, you're not a printing company. You're a, you know, pretty much a sign company that does.
I like to consider us kind of more of a marketing agency.
Got it.
But we just focus on lawn care companies and pest control companies. That's it.
Yeah.
I mean, that's, you know,
you have enough.
I like to focus on one area and
one niche. Yeah.
Be the best in that area.
Right.
Okay. When I first got out of college, I worked for the state of Ohio for a medical college. And I used to design medical research posters. So scientists would bring me all their research about different stuff, and I would design up a poster which explains their research, you know?
Yeah, like an infographic.
Yeah. And we would print them in-house, and they were about 4 feet high by about 8 feet long, usually. And we'd roll them up, put them in a tube. They would take them all over the world to these different medical conventions. And I got such a reputation that other medical schools were calling us, asking if I would design their medical posters. And when I was there, I ended up winning like 7 design awards.
Wow.
Including, there was one show in England, I won best poster in the entire show, and there were over 5,000 medical posters at that show. And so when I would focus on an industry like that, I want to be the best. I want to be the best that there is. I don't even want there to be a question. Is if I'm the best, okay?
Right.
And I don't do it for fame. I certainly don't do it for money, because Lord knows. I want it for self-gratification. You know what I mean? Yeah. I want people, when they see our signs, I don't want there to be a question where they came from.
Right.
I want people to see our signs and say, that's one of Chad's signs. That's right. Yeah. And I mean, I think that we're well on our way of having a reputation like that.
I would say so.
Because I mean, the major difference is I care.
Right.
I care. Every single customer that I have, I honestly try to do my very best work.
Right.
I don't try to do a halfway job on them. You know, I don't just throw any crap at them and hope they like it and give me money.
Yeah. Just out of curiosity, like how many hours does it take from concept to development on one of these, from start to finish on average?
I don't think there is an average. Really? I've done signs front and back, both, in an hour.
Designed?
Design. And people will go, oh my God, that's beautiful. That's perfect. That's exactly what I want.
Right.
There was one customer back at the other place, 27 proofs.
Wow.
27 proofs before they got a design they liked. And at that point, you lost money. I mean, you know, I won't do that now.
Yeah.
I pretty much, that fee that I told you about will get you a finished sign no matter what it takes me.
Right.
If you start going over 6 or 7 proofs, your proof response time for me slows dramatically. I mean, and all of a sudden, you're going to wonder if I forgot about you. And, right. But it's because those are the people that really don't have the foggiest clue what they want.
Right.
And so I'm throwing ideas at them and they're like, oh, no, that's not what I want. Okay, give me some feedback. Well, I don't know. You're the designer.
Right.
It's not how this relationship works, you know?
Yeah, that's the same way I do it with lawns. I start consulting and I start hearing, you know, I want this, I want that, but I'm not going to do this. And I want you to do that. And I like, listen, it's not going to happen. I'm just usually that blunt, like to tell the client, listen, I just told this lady, I said, you know, you got a beautiful house, a beautiful garden. Unfortunately, there's nothing I can do for you. And I just walk away. That I'd rather do that. That was a 15-minute consultation that saved both her and me an awful lot of headaches, because I already know what that would have been like every week, her calling me, complaining about something. And the number one lesson that I wish people would take is that not everyone is your customer, and that it's okay for you to turn down the business and for you to know this isn't for you.
Right. I had a customer a few weeks ago, probably about 3 weeks ago now. He's been getting signs at this very, very national company. The one that I told you about that we had a 3-hour video talk, right? That company that shall remain nameless. They're the largest producers in the entire United States for these signs. Okay. And this client gets, according to them, 240,000 signs and stakes a year.
Dang.
240,000 signs. Then he sent me the design that national company sent him. I don't know if I've ever laughed that hard in my whole life. It was so bad. So bad. I showed it to my wife and she starts laughing and she goes, "You're telling me a professional graphic designer did that?" And I'm like, that's what makes it so funny.
Right.
And he had heard about me and contacted me, wanted me to design a sign. And he was going to a convention and he's the CEO. He was going to a convention with other people that owned his, you know, distributors, right, whatever you call them. Anyway, and he's like, "I'm going there in 2 days. Could you have me a design that I could show them to see if they like it?" Okay. I am at a point in my career where I don't design for free.
Right.
I don't need to.
Right.
And the majority of times when I'm asked to design for free, I will tell the people in our industry, I will say, listen, you would never think of if somebody called you up for lawn care and they would never say, "Hey, I want you to come out. I want you to do this and this and this, and maybe some palm injections and spray all our stuff and do our lawn. And we have a 6,000 square foot lawn. We want you to spray it. And if it looks good, I'll pay you for your work."
Right.
You wouldn't even think of it.
Right.
But people would expect me to design for free that could take 8, or it could take 5 to 10 hours, or who knows,
right,
to do your design, depending what you want. But this guy, I don't know why. I do know why. You can call this one straight up ego.
right,
Okay. And I said to my guy, Chris, I said, I don't design for free. I'm going to design this one just to show off.
right,
Just to show off and say, this is why we're better than the best sign company in the entire United States. This is why our designs are better. And I did something for him, and he went, holy crap. That's the Mona Lisa compared to something in a kindergarten class. And I went, yep. And he went to this convention, and then he came back and said, can you print them for this price? And I went, nope, I can't. There's no way. I'm not going to, I would end up with less hair than I have now. I'd start having to pull it out of my chin or something. But there's no way, no way. They get their steaks from China for pennies, for literally, I think they said their cost was like 4 cents for a steak. Okay. And they're terrible plastic. They're just trash. Okay. I hate them. I wouldn't even use them if I got them that cheap. I mean, because they just fall over. They're limp.
Right.
They need some Viagra, I think. But I don't want my artwork. I don't want my artwork on an ugly limp steak with a coin in the back this big, taking up all the graphics. No, I'd rather have my steaks made in the United States, good sturdy plastic, and employ Americans. I mean, I'm kind of about that stuff,
Yeah. Well, no, here's the other side of that coin. You design for free. You don't own the right to your art, because a lot of the guys, and then they'll go and send that artwork to that other company and say, can you do this? We really want to do this. So can you just do this for us?
I told him up front, okay, here's the deal. I'm going to show you what I can do, but you don't own this art.
Right.
I own this art. If you come back and I say I can't print it for that price, I still own the art. If you would still like to send it to that other company, I'll be happy to invoice you for my design time.
Right.
Okay. And then do with it what you want. But the stuff that I did for him, I honestly don't think that other company can do what I did design-wise.
Right.
And I only sent him JPEGs, so it's not like they can disassemble my art and remake it.
Right. It would take somebody with a skill to be able to knock it off. And the problem with a lot of these people is just they either hire people at the lowest wage because they're in the production business. Yeah, the way they see it is we're in the printing production business. We don't sell high-end art. We're not in the what are those new the NFTs? Have you done any of that?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Stupid.
Yeah, really. I mean, come on. You got people paying millions of bucks for a piece of art that's electronic.
I know. I'm like, seriously?
You haven't tried it? You haven't done it?
No. I should.
You should, bro. Come on. It would be fun.
Yeah.
I mean, I can see you like, I just sold this thing that's digital, like for 11 million bucks.
Oh man. What would I do with all my time? Travel, I don't know.
Yeah, you can design for charity.
I already do that. We'll design for food,
Yeah, there you go. That's it. I actually got an idea. I actually did. I have a couple of videos on my YouTube channel, and I have a couple of actual blog posts. and I actually have, I'm in a corner of a, you know, very prestigious neighborhood with the sign in the back of me, and it says, one of the signs says, "I will kill for food," and I'm a sign of bug guy, and I did another one. I forgot what it was. I will, you know, I work. Oh, I work for bugs.
Okay.
You know, and I'm holding this sign, you know, just in a corner, like if I was begging for money, because I have all these guys, you know, we work for food, I work for bugs. And so we have one of those videos. I actually got to do some of those funny videos to show that off. But yeah, I mean, we've done it where we given it away at, like, I had one project that we wanted to prove our concept, and they gave us a chance to prove the kind. Here comes ego again, you know. I'm going to show that I can do it. And we actually took on an entire neighborhood with several hundred homes in it that were all HUD. And they haven't been able to solve the roach problem in 30 years.
Wow.
It took us 2.5 years to clean them up at a cost of about $150,000. And we did it just for the cost of the chemical and the labor to pay the people. That was $50,000 alone, just to pay my people to cover that labor. That's it. There was zero profit. It was just labor and the materials.
Right.
And it took us 2.5 years to do it. We would go in there once a week, spend an entire day, and we cleaned it up. And even HUD was pissed at us.
Why?
Because we went in and we showed them that they weren't doing IPM.
Oh, gotcha.
They couldn't clean it up. So they were saying, no, it can't be done. It can't be controlled. People are too dirty. The houses are in disrepair. They were all upset at the meeting. We were sitting around the table in the meeting, and, you know, it was like they were all upset about everything. But we did it just to prove that it could be done, that my protocols will work in any environment, in the harshest environment. Where people says, oh, I had one pest control technician berate me on my own channel. You need to tell these people to clean. I said, boss, if you need to tell people to clean, you've already lost it. He says, well, the reason is she saw one of your videos and she wanted me to do what you do on your video. And I told her it couldn't be done unless she cleaned. And I said, well, I have about 2.5 years of doing it in the most unsanitary environment. Nobody cleaned. Right. And we cleaned up that neighborhood. And this was HUD inner city. This wasn't like a nice Section 8 apartment build. This was hardcore inner city, just no air conditioning in any of these units in Florida. Can you imagine living without air conditioning in Florida? These people had no air conditioning.
I had to turn on a fan, and I have air conditioning.
Well, that's how bad it was. And I said, we got it cleaned up. Yes. You know, those things did take time. But it can be done. So when somebody says it can't be done, it's just can't be done. It can't be done, just for me to prove it could be done. And this is documented because this was done by FIU professors at the School of Infectious Disease. And because they were dealing with the asthma, trying to prove asthma reduction. Okay. And we were able to prove scientifically the asthma reduction without the contamination of the chemical, adding it to the environment. So I, you know, sometimes you do have to, we do have a little bit of ego that, you know, that we can say, you know, yeah, well, I'll show you. The worst thing you can tell me is it can't be done. And then I'll just work my way to prove you wrong. It's just, you know, I'm just at that point, just like you, where I don't have to prove it anymore. You know, we have proven it. And now it's just a matter of my goal for the podcast, for what I do with Nature Pest, is that people will start saying, I don't want that cheap spray service. I want this. And I actually have clients, pest control companies, pissed at me because I got customers asking for this, and, you know, you're not willing to do it. You're not willing to learn how to do it and create a market. You know, that's why you see me all my posts. on a weekly basis that I'll post 10, 15 referrals.
Right.
You know, my goal, I said it 2 years ago, says one of my goals is I'm going to give away more referral business by doing what I do than anybody else. And so my goal now is to give about 150,000 away this year of referral business, because people created demand for something that said nobody wanted.
Right.
And then, so now I want to show you that I did it when everybody told me it couldn't be done, when nobody wanted to do it. And now I got guys saying, I got people asking for this, and, we don't do that. We do spray service. Well, then they're not for you.
Right.
But so that's it. That's my, it's ego. It's taking a jab at the people that said, you'll never make it. You won't do this. I mean, I remember sitting down with PhDs that were distributors in this industry saying it can't be done in lawn care. You can't do organic landscaping and lawn care and all this and all that. So I busted my butt for 10 years to prove everybody wrong. And so that DNA, if you stick to it, if you stick to your guns, a lot of these kids, a lot of these people I see, it didn't work the first time. You're talking about a guy who had 5 failed businesses.
Okay.
You talk about crying once. I remember almost having to go bankrupt once at an early age. So I learned, what doesn't work, what works, what I want to be, what I don't want to be, stick to your guns on what you want to be, and then watch how nobody else wants to. I mean, I'm like, you want to go this way, I go that way. The industry wants to go this way, I'll go this way. Because there is enough people out there who are wanting what you're offering. And I hope that,
well, when I went to leave that other company,
right,
the head sales guy at first wanted to go, we were going to do it together.
Right.
He was going to do the sales. I was going to do the design stuff. Okay. And finally, after secretly talking about it for months, finally one day he says, hey, it's not going to work. I go, what's not going to work? He goes, what we want to do. Why won't it work? There's no way you can compete against him. To compete against him, you would need this huge warehouse, and you would need a forklift, and you would need this, and you'd need this big, huge Heidelberg printing press. It costs millions of dollars. We would need probably anywhere from $2 to $3 million just to get started. He goes, if you actually want to compete with him. And I said, dude, we don't need that. I don't want to do it that way.
Right.
I've seen over the last 5 years how he's doing it, and it's wrong. You're putting these signs out, and they are faded within a few days because of sunlight.
Right.
Anything that is yellow or magenta fades horribly. Well, when you start using colors like green, colors like red, those colors red has magenta and yellow in it. The two colors that fade the worst,
Right.
Green has lots of yellow in it, fades. The way that I want to do it, signs won't fade. Okay. I've been watching this 5 years.
Right.
And the first time I went to the owner and said, listen, we need to change the way that we do these. He goes, you don't know what you're talking about. We're good doing them just the way we've been doing them. I said, we're having people complain right and left because of these issues.
Right.
I don't care. They only have to last the yard a day. Who cares? I'm just like, okay. After that, I knew that when I saw problems and I solved them, because that's what I do, just to keep them to myself,
Right.
And so I did. And so after thinking about it for 5 years, and this guy's going, you know, you're going to need a few $1 million just to get started. And I'm like, no. I said, no, I could start with way, way, way less.
Yeah.
And I said, and you know what? I said, I don't want to compete with him. I want to beat him. And I'll start with nothing. And you know what'll help? Me working my butt off, because there is no one in this industry that will outwork me.
Right.
No one.
That's been my thing. It's like, I'm not the smartest guy in the room. I'll outwork you. I'll produce more content. I'll produce more podcasts. I'll do what I have to do. Like right now, I've been slacking for 2 years because of everything that's happened, and I've been taking it easy and recovering, and I haven't put out any serious amount of content. I mean, we're still putting it out, but not like, so now I go back on the warpath of writing content that everybody criticized me for because my grammar's terrible. But yet it will outrank everybody else when I start doing it, because I learned how to do it. And I learned how to do it better. Now I got Eric. Now I got other people working for me that can, you know, correct my grammar and my spelling. You know, it's funny because Eric is I mean, we work together in video production and ministry, and he did all those things you're talking about innovating. He did it at his business, and it was thankless. And he's a linguistics instructor. So he actually teaches Spanish, English as a second language, but he actually teaches it in a conversational way for business executives and people with business that need to compete in the US to learn how to really speak it really quickly. Right. And so he does that. So he corrects, he says, bro, it's like, he says, your stuff makes sense. It's just all the commas and everything is just in all the wrong places.
I'm no better, trust me.
And so he's
throwing any stones.
So everybody knows my grammar is terrible. But you know, I'll talk you. I can produce you. You know, when everybody's, and I told everybody I'm going to do a 1 hour podcast, nobody will listen. When I'm told them I'm going to do a 3 hour podcast, nobody will listen, because nobody's going to listen to a 3 hour podcast about pest control. And I said, watch. So we've been on the phone now, you and I, since 10 o'clock this morning. Nobody's going to listen to this.
We're almost up to 4 hours.
Yeah. So you've actually broken the record of the longest running Pest Geek podcast. So yeah, man. So it's about that. It's about, it is the road is longer the way we do it. It is harder. It does get exhausting. I do feel like quitting a lot of the time. And then I ask myself, what the hell am I going to do?
Right.
You know, go back to what? I left, you know, so no, we're not going back to Egypt. You know, that's fine. I mean, that's just human nature. People are like, I'm going to quit and go back to what? What are you going to do? So yeah, man. So this has been a blast, bro. I do wish you all the success in the world, that, you know, you're blessed. By the way, did your wife get her return on her investment back? Did she get back the Chad she loved?
Oh, it got replaced by stressed out Chad that works 24/7, I think. I don't know. Yeah. I mean, I'm not angry all the time. I might suffer from depression often.
I'm a guy that suffers from severe anxiety, to the point of, I mean, I remember 3 years ago, I was hospitalized twice, thinking I was having a heart attack.
Okay.
From the severe anxiety. And it was just my chest muscles. And I learned then how to manage that. I learned the cognitive things I need to do, and, you know, got on some supplements and things like, because I refused to take medication. I got ADD. I refused to take medication for that. The only thing I take. Yeah.
Medication for my ADD saved my life.
Really?
I mean, there's no way I could do what I do if I didn't medicate. I mean, if I don't take my ADD meds, my wife will be the first one to notice, and she'll be like, you didn't take your meds today, did you? I'll be like, yeah. Why?
Mine isn't so severe that it's that bad, but I mean, I do always suffered from it. I mean, it cost me second grade. It required me special classes and being with one teacher for 4 hours a day. I learned to manage it. I mean, that was it. And then now today I've learned about the art of simplicity and living a micro life where you just don't need that many things. There's not that many things for me to manage, so I can focus. Right. I stayed in my track, my lane. I did one thing because I tend to go all over the place. But the anxiety for me, I had to learn to manage the anxiety. I already figured out my pace, and when things get out of that, I say no. So I got really good at saying no. I mean, one of the things we got to learn as business owners is to say no, because we want to say yes to everything and everybody, and we can't. And that becomes, then we become overwhelmed, because if you're a guy like me that is a people pleaser, right, it becomes where everybody takes advantage of you, and we don't know how to say no, and we don't know how to be firm, and we don't know how to put our foot down and say, these are boundaries you don't cross. We're not going to go there. These are things I had to learn in my older age.
Right.
So a lot of those things are skills that some of these business owners, they need to learn. They want to do a good job at work. They want to please everybody. And then you just realize you can't please everybody. And it's okay if you take a season in your life and says, I'm just going to please me. Right. And I'm okay with that. And that's where I've been for the last year. Since I closed on the house, I thought I literally was going to have a nervous breakdown. And after the divorce, my mom's death, the house, this was all within a 3-month period. Plus I was taking care of my son. It was 3 separations over 4 years, me having to take care of my son by myself for 6 months, running the business, losing the employees, having the business drop. And then my body was running on adrenaline for so long. I literally became adrenal fatigued. And then I literally damaged my mitochondria, and I could not produce energy. I literally crashed for weeks at a time, where I could only go out in the field and work 1 to 2 hours a day. And then I would be in bed for 3 days. It was so bad. This is why burnout is real. My friend Eric is going through it now. He just started going through that, where body just said, done. Right. You collapse. And people think you're depressed. A lot of people confuse that. They think you have PTSD. And I said, no, I don't. I'm very in tune with who I am. I've always suffered with anxiety, severe, chronic. I literally would put Philippians 4, the whole chapter is on my wall in plaques. Okay. For a decade. So this is going into my 20s and 30s. I would remember, but it got so bad where literally I thought they actually put me on nitroglycerin, thinking I was having a heart attack. Right. So the burnout is real when you go through just a lot of disappointment in your life and a lot of stress at the same time. And I got really good at saying no. And you know what I found? That if I said no and I didn't do things and I cut back and nothing happened. Nobody died. Right. No, nothing. So I learned to live a very minimal lifestyle. I enjoy going out. I enjoy doing things, but I don't have to have a lot of these guys in business that I can't, because if I downsize, my wife will leave. Right. If I downsize, what is everybody going to think? That I'm not successful? Right. I mean, living a lot with all these emotional issues of what if I fail and everybody told me so? The thought I lost my wife's retirement. A lot of this is just riddles you with anxiety. I got guys who would write to me and says, bro, I'm doing so much THC. This thing turns me into a zombie, but it's the only way I can cope. I can't cope anymore. I can't cope with the stress of, it's just learning to manage those emotions, learning to really, to me, the key word was no. And literally saying no to so many things that were competing for my time, my energy. I'm right now probably 80% there. I find I can't work in the heat for 2 to 3 hours at a time like I used to.
Okay.
If I'm out there for 3 hours, I will be wiped out. I will be in bed the next day. I mean, I literally started having to biohack my cells. I had to biohack my mitochondria. I had to start taking like amino acids, which messed up my stomach. So then I was feeling nauseous and all that. So it's just all the things that happen that people don't understand about owning a business. So when an employee sits there and says, oh yeah, you know, you just get to sit behind a computer all day and do a podcast and do this and do that, I feel like reaching down his throat and ripping out his larynx because he doesn't understand that he has one job: make sure those lawns are sprayed.
Yep.
And on top of that, I don't give you double. I give you less than what I used to do when I was doing it. You know, so when we're out there putting in those 14 hours and you're at home and you're still answering texts at 2 a.m. while he's sleeping.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so what I started doing? I started messaging my guys at 4 a.m. Tomorrow, when you get, dude, what are you doing up before? No, this is what I do. So you can see that I'm not sleeping in while you're sleeping in. Oh, and at 12 o'clock at night, they get I thought about this. I don't need them to answer me.
Right.
But they're going to know. It's like, at one point, one of my texts is, bro, do you ever sleep? And I said about 4 to 6 hours.
My guy will wander in at 11:30, almost in the afternoon, right? Friday, came in at 11:30, went to lunch at 1. You've been here an hour and a half.
Right.
Right? And then, actually, he got here at 11 today, and he just about to come in and tell me he was going to lunch.
Right. Yeah, I mean, people don't get it. And you hear those comments, and I say, you don't understand.
He'll complain. He'll go, man, I didn't get very many hours. You know, my paycheck's really bad. I can't feel sorry for you. Yeah. I'm out of compassion because you know what? You chose those hours. I didn't tell you to wander in at 11:30.
Right.
You know, I didn't tell you to go home at 4.
Right.
There's plenty of work to do.
Right.
Do it. You know, I can, you know, I used to subsidize his bad behavior.
Right.
So he only wants to work 26 hours in a week. And I know that's not going to pay his bills. And all of a sudden, I'm paying him for 35, you know?
No.
Oh, Chad, what are you doing? All that you're doing is
rewarding the bad behavior.
Rewarding bad behavior. Yeah, teaching him it's okay to be lazy.
Yeah.
And he'll say, oh, it's really bad. You know, I only slept 6 hours last night. And I looked at him, I go, I have zero compassion.
Right.
You cannot use sleep as an excuse for me.
Right.
If I sleep 4 hours in a night, that's good for me. 4 hours, I am hitting the ground running the next day. Yeah. 5 hours, woo, man.
I was up at 3 a.m. on Saturday. I got up at 3 a.m. and I couldn't sleep. And the cat was messing around. This time I got a real cat because this is my girlfriend's cat.
I almost asked you. You said your cat was invisible, and now it's waking you up.
Yeah, no. So this one is a real cat now. But I woke up and I couldn't sleep, and I had stomach ache, and I've been like feeling gassy or whatever. I drank something that I shouldn't probably have, or I don't know. And I got up at 3 a.m. and I started working. And I basically had to prepare that Spanish PowerPoint for 4 hours.
Okay.
And I translated it all that morning. And, you know, at 9 o'clock, everybody's waking up. And I'm like, man, I went to bed late. I think it was 10 o'clock, 11. So I get up at 3 a.m. and I start working on it. And then I go take a 2-hour nap. And of course, everybody wants to come into my room and tell me their story. You know, my kid wants to come in. I was wiped out that day. And then, you know, that was on Sunday. That was Sunday morning. That was Sunday morning from Saturday. And it's just the way it is. I mean, I go to bed with stuff on my mind and I can't sleep. And then I got to wake up and get it done. Last night I slept like a baby. because I went to bed at 9, went to bed asleep, and I was wiped out.
9.
Yeah, I went to bed at 9. Yeah.
9.
Yeah, 9. And I slept till 5:57 this morning. So till 6 o'clock. That's 9 hours. I don't get 9 hours. So I was wiped out from all of last week. So yeah, so it's just the way it is. I mean, we do these crazy things. I got guys tell me, oh, you know, I'm getting up at 2, 3 in the morning to go out and do emergency because we put 24/7 services. You know,
right.
That you can do that for a couple of years, but it'll wreak havoc on your body. You know, you do what you have to do for a time. I put in the 14-hour days, 15-hour days, not anymore. I'm working 30-something hour weeks. So, you know, I'll go out, I'll do the couple of jobs that they can't do. I'll go out, but I'm on the phone all day long. At 6 o'clock, that phone gets turned off. And it doesn't get answered till the next day. And that's it. You know, after 15 years, I think I earned it.
I always tell people, you show me another posting sign company that you get the owner's cell phone number and you can text them at 1 in and they'll answer you.
Yeah.
I go, show me another one that does that. It doesn't exist.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. I wouldn't do it for long. I mean, like I used to wake up at 4 in to go do restaurants and then work all day in the field doing lawns. And then I would get home, have dinner with my family, and then go back out at 10 o'clock at night till midnight 1 to go do restaurants, to go do it again the next day.
Right.
I mean, because I had to pay the bills.
Right.
And then as soon as I decided one day that's it, I'm done, I fired all my restaurant clients because none of them would listen. None of them would clean. None of them. I said, why am I killing myself for you when you won't listen? And on top of that, I made more money doing lawns or doing something else. So I learned, you know, at 51, I'm 52 now. I'll be 53. Is it summer yet? No, it's waited. We're going into winter. So summer's already over. I forgot what month I'm in. Yeah, I'll be 53 next year. And, you know, I want to enjoy a little bit of what I have, of what I created. Continue to build on it. You know, create a platform for myself when I'm in my 60s.
Right.
That I can do what I enjoy, which is teaching and training other people. And that's my retirement plan. I don't know. It's still a body bag. My exit strategy. It's still a body bag.
I think I'm the same way.
Yeah.
Because I'm like, how do you sell a company? You can sell a company because what you're really selling is your clients.
Yeah.
Right.
And yeah, that's it.
If I went to sell my company, what am I selling? Really? I mean, I have a client list. Sure.
Yeah, but
what I would be, my major asset is my talent.
Yeah, you're selling your talent. That's all you're selling. And then, you know, they can't buy that because there's no value in it for them unless they're going to keep you around. But that's not the goal of what you're doing. So
an exit strategy.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing you could do is the next generation find that talented student.
I keep trying to talk my son into let me teach you because he just turned 13. Okay. Now, the funny part about my youngest is when I first told my kids, okay, listen, your dad's going to quit his job. I'm going to start my own sign company, blah, blah, blah. Right. My youngest looked at me in all seriousness and says, why do you want us to be homeless? He goes, I don't want to live in our car. You're going to fail and you're never going to sell one sign.
Oh, dang, that hurts.
And I went, oh, really? And he goes, yeah. And I go, sit back and watch me.
Right.
And I go, because I thrive when people tell me stuff I can't do.
Right.
Because that's when I turn around and show you what I can do. Okay. Right. So wait, I have to pull something up. So if you see me doing something weird here for a second, yeah. I want to tell you something. So, okay. I told you earlier in this conversation that all of 2020, actually, we did 22,000 in business.
Right.
All of 2020. Right. January of this year, okay, we did 32,270.
Dang.
In 1 month. We outsold all of 2020 combined in 1 month. Right? And I took that, and luckily I still had some of it in the bank before I went and spent it, on stupid stuff like paper.
Yeah, and equipment.
Supplies, and, and I pulled up the bank balance. And, for any amount of money to a kid is, wow. I think my kid was like 11 at the time. And I was at my oldest son. We were at my oldest son's soccer game. And I pulled up my bank balance on my phone. And I go, hey, Braden, you remember when you said I would never sell one sign? Now, by this point, I had walls worth of signs, okay?
Right.
He obviously knew.
Right.
He missed the mark on that one. I pulled up my bank balance and I showed it to him. And I go, that's how much I have in the bank right now. And he looked at it. He went, oh. Yeah, can we get a PlayStation 5?
No. My son just asked me for that. He's 5. I mean, my son is 8.
Okay.
He just asked me for a PlayStation 5. So I said, absolutely. If you can earn enough money to pay for it, you can have it. I'm serious. I dead seriously look at him. So I said, 2 months ago, I asked you to start cleaning the backyard. So every day after school, he's got it, because I got a tree that puts out so much leaves all year round and seeds and stuff in my back patio. So I said, your job is to throw out the garbage every day and clean out that backyard and blow it out every day.
Right.
If you do that at the end of the week, I give you $5. He's 8. Now that's 5 minutes worth of work. He realized he's making, $1, he's making like 10, $12 an hour. So I said, okay, you can do it. And then when you raise enough money, if you save it and you don't spend it on stupid stuff like candy, right, you can have your PlayStation 5.
Right.
Because you earned it. And that was it. It says, in other words, unless you go earn it, I ain't giving it to you.
Right.
I don't, because you know what? It isn't because I never had anything when I growing up. I didn't. I mean, I remember buying Pong at $39.
All right.
Okay. That was and my mother got me the stuff. I never had any toys. I mean, I got my Commodore. It was, I think back then, I think that thing was like what, $199 or $299. Yeah. Something like that. But everything I did was usually either I was doing something with it, learning something, so she had no problem paying for it. But as far as toys I didn't have any toys. Right. He's got more stuff and toys in his room than I ever had my entire life. And he doesn't, and he doesn't play for it. I said, I bought him last year. I bought him a scooter, and because his sister got a scooter, and then he's like, he didn't want to ride it, and it sat there. And I said, dude, you don't ride your scooter. I'm not, I bought you a scooter. And he says, yeah, but I didn't ask you to buy me a scooter. I said, oh, all right. All right. No problem. Now he asked me to buy a PlayStation 5. I says, no, now you'll work for it and you'll earn it, because you got a bike you don't ride. You got a scooter you don't ride. You have toys in your room you don't play with. And then you use my phone all day long. I said, so now you don't get any more toys.
Yeah.
It's simple, because you don't appreciate it. And then you raise an entitled kid who feels he's entitled because dad has money or dad can afford it. No, right. It isn't that way. This is, you'll have to earn it now. And I said, you can save it. So he says, how much you got saved? He says, well, I got this from Christmas and that. He says, he's got like $45. And I said, okay, save it. My daughter, she's a squirrel. She'll go like, okay, she wants to go shopping. She's worse than me. It's like, let's go shopping. She says, no, let's go to Target and I'll buy some pants, or let's go to like Burlington Coat Factory or Ross to buy clothes. I mean, she literally will not. She's 13. You would think she'd be asking for brand name stuff at this age. She squirrels every penny. She's got, how much you got? I said, I got like 500 saved. I saved all my Christmas money. I saved all of this. I saved the money that you give me. I save everything. She squirrels it all. She doesn't ask for anything. Like I just finished putting up her curtains in her room and art and stuff because she wanted it. But it's like she doesn't ask for anything. But yeah, I teach my kids that no. And she worked for me. She helps me with the filing and she does stuff and stuff like that. And she'll probably work for me sooner than she said, oh, I want to go, work. I says, don't worry, I'll have a job for you by the time you're old enough to work. But yeah, I mean,
my oldest, this is kind of funny. My oldest, he went to a birthday party. And these friends of ours from church, dude, this guy has a very important job. And
right.
he's a millionaire.
Right.
Okay. They have an incredible house, indoor pool,
right.
game room, movie theater in their
right.
house, everything, right? And their house is over $1 million. And so one of his kids is the same age as my oldest. And my oldest is probably maybe about 13, 14 at the time. And they were having a birthday party. They were having a Nerf gun party. Okay. And so he took all the boys that were going to the birthday party, took them to Toys R Us, back when there was a Toys R Us.
Right.
And said, buy anything that you want. Any Nerf stuff that you want.
Right.
Okay. And we're going to go back to our house. We're going to have this huge Nerf gun war. Right. And so these kids are buying the belts with all the,
right.
the darts and everything. And I mean, the Nerf guns were over $100.
Right.
Okay. And all these boys that were going to the party were just buying every Nerf thing. I mean, grabbing every huge Nerf thing off the shelf. And my kid was walking down the aisle and he's looking. And anyway, so Sunday, my friend comes to me and he goes, I love your kid. And I go, okay, why? And he goes, and he told me the story I just told you. And he said, your son was walking through the aisles and he wouldn't grab anything. And finally, he came back to me and said, sir, I don't want to buy anything. And so this guy's like, Bryce, why not? He goes, this stuff is too expensive. He goes, they want $100 for that Nerf gun. This guy's like, Bryce, I have money. I have lots and lots and lots of money. And Bryce went, I don't care, sir. That's your money. That's not my money. He goes, I don't deserve this gun. If you could take me to Five Below, I can get a Nerf gun at Five Below for $5 and it will save you a lot of money. And this guy went, oh, I love your kid. He goes, my kid? If he would have went to your house and you said, hey, we're having Nerf gun war, I'm going to take you to Toys R Us. He doesn't care how much money you have. He would try to spend every dollar and then some. He goes, your kid knows I have money and still didn't want to spend it because it wasn't his money to spend.
Right.
It was somebody else's money. And he respected that. And he goes, I think that's a very admirable trait. Yeah,
goes, it's called stewardship, and it's taught. I just had one of my texts. I had to remind him. It says, "Bro, how many? I got you 9 bags of fertilizer for that job. It's going to take 7." And he's like, when he came back, he says, "Use it all up." I says, "What do you mean use it all up? I've done that job 3 times for the city. It only takes 7 bags. That's an extra. That's $90 worth of product that you just threw away."
Right.
And on top of that, I got to sell it at 4X in order to pay you the percentage I pay you. And you just gave it away. He says, but what measuring cup did you use? Because we only use one. He says, no, I used this one that was sitting there. And I said, that's not the same measuring cup. As a matter of fact, that's my pee cup that I keep in the van. So I said to him, you got to be really conscious of this, because the other day, that job that took so many ounces, you put an extra like 20 something ounces. That stuff is $100 a gallon. And I said, you got to manage this stuff like if it was yours.
Yep.
And if you can't manage it like if it was yours, then I can't trust you to manage it. And I'm trusting you to manage it. I'm hiring a manager to manage that route. You got to learn that you can't just give away stuff that isn't yours, because that was just $90 and you just gave away $100. In 1 month, you gave away $200 that isn't yours.
Right.
And it's my money that you're giving away. This is my company. It's my money. I have no problem telling you that. I just give the customer what I charged, because I gave the right amount to the client. It's dosed out. So,
right.
We don't stick the customer and shorten the product, but you gave them 2 extra bags because you mismeasured, and an extra half a pound of fertilizer that didn't need to be applied.
Right.
Because it wasn't necessary. So I think the whole concept of a steward and stewardship is totally escapes a generation of people that not only they think they're entitled to things, but then when you entrust them with things that are they're yours, they don't have any value to that either. They just think, oh, like it's a company's money. It's like I drives me insane when I hear somebody say it's a company truck. I even have technicians, like mechanics, that want to work on my van. And I said, bro, don't lift it up by there. Lift it up by the frame, because you will damage the whole undercoating and then it'll get rusted and it won't last.
Right.
But it's a company truck. I feel like reaching there with the wrench and just whacking them with it. I mean, literally the stuff that this is the problem that you have with technicians thinking, I can just damage this. I can mistreat it. I can throw it. It's not mine. It's the company's. Like the company is this entity that has no feelings or whatever. And it's this whole corporate, anti-cultural corporate mentality, and this thing about not understanding. And I keep telling people, I mean, parents keep telling me all the time, it says, oh, these kids that don't want to work. I says, if you have a generation without a work culture, it's because you had parents that didn't teach them work ethic.
Right.
Because kids don't raise themselves unless they are, because in this day we got divorced, and unfortunately I'm a victim of that. But I make sure my son understands. You don't get away with that. You don't get to treat people to walk in front of it. Like my daughter, I just chewed her out in front of everybody in the restaurant. We're getting out of a restaurant. I opened the door for the lady. My daughter cuts right in. And I said, you wait as a courtesy for people to get out, and then you go in. It's just the parents let these kids do all this stuff and wonder why their kids are brats.
Yep. I have 2 boys. Okay. My oldest, I told you, was in college right now.
Right.
And my youngest is 13, just turned 13. And I have a few like written in stone rules.
Right.
And one of them is a huge thing about opening doors for people.
Right.
And so one time my wife and I were going in a store, and both my kids walked in front of us, let the door shut, and kept walking. And my wife went to reach out for the handle, and I put my hand out. I'm like, stop. She's like, what? I go, stop. Put your hand down. Just stand here.
Right.
And I crossed my arms over my chest, and my wife and I just stood there. And my kids walked a little distance and turned around to look to see where we're at. And then they took and turned around and saw me standing there like, and they're like, uh-oh. And boy, let me tell you, they ran back to the door. They're like, oh, we're sorry. One of them got one door. The other one got the other door. They're like, yeah, there you go. And we were going in Wawa one time. I was taking my youngest, and I hold the door. I hold the door for people everywhere I go. Okay. Right. And we're going in Wawa, and there was this black guy, and he looked like a crackhead. It is what it is. Okay. Right. And that's not a racist thing. That's just
right.
There's a point to the story. And I held the door for him.
Right.
Let him go in before me. And when I hold the door for somebody, my kid does not go in before me. unless we're the only two going in.
Right.
And then I'm holding the door for him a lot of times. If my wife's with me, they hold the door.
Right.
Okay. I held the door for him. We're going back to the car. Now, both my kids are adopted. Okay. My oldest kid is Hispanic. My oldest kid is the only Hispanic kid that hangs out in Miami, like I told you, that doesn't speak Spanish, which is kind of funny. Racism in our family runs rampant, but it's all in good humor.
Right.
My youngest son's black. Okay. Well, he's biracial. He's
right.
half black. Okay. Now, if you ask him, he will tell you he's black.
Right.
So, but his mom was white, dad was black. Okay. Our oldest was a safe haven baby. He was just dumped at the hospital.
Oh.
We got him 3 days old right out of the hospital. Our youngest was 5 days old right out of the hospital. Okay. There's more to that, but I'll let that go. Anyway, so oldest is Hispanic, youngest is black. My wife and I are white as can be, right? My youngest son, on the way back to the car, he goes, Dad, I can't believe you held the door for that guy. And I said, why wouldn't I? And he goes, I don't know. Guy looked like a black crackhead. Right. My black kid's saying this, right? Anyway, and I go, Braden, I said, I hold the door for everybody. I don't care what color your skin is. I don't care if you're a crackhead. You know what? My goal in life is to try to make everybody's day a little bit better. Whether it's a waitress at a restaurant, whether it's a cashier at Kroger or Publix or something. I'm nice to everybody. Right. I try to make jokes or make little light of situations and try to make everybody feel better. One time my wife and I were at Walmart and I said to my wife, we were in line and I looked at her, I go, $20 says that cashier remembers me. My wife said, that cashier sees hundreds of people every day. There's no way she remembers you. I said, $20? She's like, you're on. Okay. We go up in line and I looked at the cashier and I go, hey, you remember me? That's all I said. She goes, you're the artist guy. Looked at my wife. I started laughing. I go, yep. She goes, you went. Now, see, I used to be a professional chalk artist. So okay. I used to get paid to draw on the sidewalk with chalk.
Okay.
I used to get paid to go to all these festivals and draw. Okay. She goes, how did that chalk drawing thing go? I go, oh, it went good. It was hot, you know? And I'm like, how did your son's arm heal up? You know, last time I talked to you, he was in a cast. Oh yeah, he just got the cast off, blah, blah, blah. We walk out. I said to my wife, there you go. She goes, I don't get it. And I said, because everybody in the world treats those people just like servants.
Right.
Just ring my stuff up. Don't talk to me. I don't have time for you.
Right.
I go, I don't act that way to anybody. I don't care if you're the CEO of a company or you're a cashier at Publix.
Right.
I will treat you equally. Okay.
What about a cashier at Winn-Dixie?
I never go to Winn-Dixie. Sorry.
Oh. Yeah, me neither.
One of the funny things, I had to go buy sidewalk chalk at an art supply store. And I'm with my youngest son and cashier behind the register, she blonde haired, little mousy white chick. Okay.
Right.
Guy behind us is freaking huge. I think he played for the Buccaneers or something because he's a huge black guy. Okay.
Right.
And so we're in line. And for this chalk festival I was going to, I only bought 2 colors of chalk, white chalk and black chalk. Okay.
Right.
So this little girl, teenage girl goes, oh, well, I'm going to get separate boxes so I could put the white chalk in one box and the black chalk in another box. My youngest son goes, racist. Yeah. In our house, if you use the word white, you use the word black. I don't care if you said, yeah, hey, are you wearing that black shirt? Racist. You will hear somebody in our house yelling. Okay.
Right.
Guaranteed. And it's just our family joke.
Right.
Right. So he goes, racist. She started to get all flustered. She goes, no. If I put them in the same box, then the black chalk rubs off on the white chalk. And he's like, what? That's really racist. He's like 11 at the time.
Right.
Know? And she's like sweating and getting so freaked out. And she's just like, no, that's not what I meant. Yeah, I don't want the colors rubbing off against each other. And he goes, really? And this black guy in back of us, I kind of glance over and he's just like, yeah. And it's like, I hope this dude's not taking us seriously. Okay. This girl's freaking out. And I go, hey, because she's shaking.
Right.
So nervous. And I go,
right.
Hey, calm down. He's messing with you. And she went, what? I go, messing with you, okay? I'm his dad. Really? How racist can you be? And I go, in our family, that's a joke, okay?
Right.
And she goes, oh. And that big, huge black guy goes, oh, give me some. That was funny. And my son's like, I thought so. So, I mean, it is what it is. So people get too hung up on stuff anymore. Yeah. It's like, you have to laugh. You have to, I think if more people really had the mentality, just try to help people, try to do what's right. Treat everybody with respect, not just people that look like you or act like you or whatever. You treat everybody with the same mentality. And I mean, that's not a business thing to try to get me more business or anything. That's just what I try to be. I try to treat everybody and try to treat them like human beings.
Right. Yeah. It's lost. I mean, a lot of business is a lot of companies just too big to care. Unfortunately, the little town business guy takes a beating and it's hard. But again, it's hard to compete with a lot of online people. You're with products and services. So people get bitter, they get upset, but yeah, I mean, like I hear stuff from my kids because, they're watching videos all day long. They're watching YouTube and they're watching things that come up on television and they say stupid stuff. Like one lady was wearing, I guess she was sick or something. She was wearing a jacket through the neighborhood inside our neighborhood. And she says, oh, Dad, look, that lady's homeless. And I says, not everyone who wears a jacket outside is homeless. And by the way, this is a triple gated community. It's like, how did she even get inside if she's homeless? And he's like, yeah, how did she get inside? I said, she's not homeless. But she's 8. He lives a pretty sheltered life. He goes to a charter school. I literally my community is like double gated. You have to get in through the first gate and then show your ID at that gate. But if you want to get into my development where I live, inside that development, even if you live here, you don't have access to it. So you only have access. Talk about segregation, right?
Yeah.
You only have access to the community that you actually live inside the community because they're like little islands. So I live in this island, and I can't go unless I have access or somebody lets me get in. So you can't even get in. So it's like a nightmare for door-to-door salespeople to try to, because you can't get into these. They're all gated,
right?
So it's like, how did she's wearing? Yeah, she was wearing a long coat, and she's like in her pajamas or something, and it's like, no, she's walking around the neighborhood, because she's wanting to walk around the neighborhood. Yeah. I mean, it's like totally safe because you can't get out. Kids can't get out. It's like, so it's it's a lot of things that and a lot of things that and he watches a lot of cool stuff because I got to give it to him. I see him watching stuff on a lot of stuff on moral character, the stuff he watches. You know, these videos that are coming up by these self-produced videos by people. I don't know if you've seen them. They're like little actually dramas, mini dramas that are, you know, made by home video people. And
no.
Yeah, it's a new thing. And these things are like really like up there on production value. But they're made at home with video cameras at home, and they're self-produced on YouTube. They're not, you know, but they're scripted, and, you know, it's really good. So he watches a lot of that stuff. My
kid only watches gaming stuff where people scream.
Yeah, he does. He's
insane.
He does that too. And I limit that because
listen to these people.
I'm at the living room, and I'm trying to work here. This is my office right now, temporarily, at my kitchen table. And he's in the living room, and they're like screaming, "Oh my gosh, oh my gosh, oh my gosh." How many times he's got to say "oh my gosh" and he hasn't done a damn thing? Yeah. So that's what he watches. So yeah, he watches a ton of that. And you know, he's got an issue with being outside. He hates it. I got to argue with him to go out and play for an hour. He hates being outside. He hates sweating. I mean, he quit karate because once they made him put on his gear and his gi and everything, he was just sweating, and his hands and he hated it. He can't he gave up basketball because he doesn't like outside, because they don't play in the gym. They play out in parks. so he'll go out. His friends get mad at him. They're like, you know, they come here like at 3:00 in the afternoon on a Saturday. Hey, can he come out and play? And I'm like, he's not coming out, dude. I don't know what to tell you. I just telling you he ain't coming out. So can you ask him? And then he goes, "Bro, we're not going to be your friends anymore. You're not coming out to play with us." They get all upset at him because he will not. He refuses. "I don't care. I'm not going out." Like, just like that. "I'm not going. I don't want to play." And he'll wait till like 7:45. "Can I go out and play? Because the sun went down and it's cool." And he wants to go outside and play. They says, "Dude, you got to be in bed at 9:00.
Right.
And you got to take a shower, and nobody's outside now. You're the only one."
Right.
So that's when he wants to go out and play. So
my son's about to play baseball, and he's like, "Yeah, to play baseball though, I need this special bat, and it's $300.
Yeah.
And I need this special mitt, and this is like $250." And I'm like, "How's it feel to want stuff?"
Yeah.
"I'm not buying you a $300 bat. How's it feel?"
Heck no.
I'm like, if you want it, you better start working.
Yeah, that's what I'm teaching him right now. That's, you know, so he gets $5 a week, and he makes the money.
My kid wouldn't leave his bedroom for $5 a week. He'd be like, "No way, that's not enough."
Yep. Well, you won't have it.
He came to work with me one day. He worked, I'm going to be nice and say 4 hours.
Right.
And I'm like, "So he's like, how much am I getting paid? How much do you think you should get paid?" He goes, "I'm thinking about $120 an hour." $120 an hour? What are you, a lawyer? No. Pay you $120 an hour, my eye. And he's like, "Well, I think I'm worth that much."
Yeah, they're delusional.
Yes.
Yeah. That seems to be a lot of it in going on with these kids. They just think, even when they go to work, they think like $15 an hour.
Oh yeah,
$15 an hour. You know, for serving coffee.
Yeah.
So I mean, I taught him that. I'm teaching him that lesson. It's like, just because I can afford it doesn't mean you're gonna have it. And my daughter, she's always worked with me, because she used to go to work with me when she was a baby.
Right.
From the time I used to take her in her carrier to go work with me. And she would sit there next to me while I was working in a kitchen. And she's already talking about going to work, but she has work ethic, and she's got that drive, and she's got totally different personalities, these two. So she comes in and help me file, help me do this, help me do that. You know, she's already talking, she can't wait till she's 16. She just can't wait so she can go get a job. And, you know, her mom told her she was going to get her a used car. And I said, "Yeah, that's fine. You're not going to get a new one. And how you plan to pay for the gas?" And she says, I'm going to work. I'm going to get my job. I'm going to go work at Starbucks so I can get free coffee. That's her plan, man. She's got it planned out. I'm going to work at Starbucks, or I'm going to work at Sephora, because then I can get cosmetics. I mean, that's her plan. It's either Starbucks for free coffee. She's got priorities: makeup and coffee.
Yep, makeup and coffee.
she's got her priorities straight, man. And so, but listen, dude, I gotta go pick up my son in school pretty soon.
Okay.
We haven't eaten anything. I haven't even had breakfast yet. I just had black coffee because I was trying to fast today. I'm gonna go check my blood sugar now and see if it went down and see what the deal is with that. But bro, it's been a blast talking to you.
Yeah.
We've had a blast.
We have a lot in common.
Yeah. I mean, other than
Same barber.
same barber. Yeah. So
Almost the same exact age.
Yeah. So I'm hoping Eric will get this out this week. Let's see how he is on work and get it out and put it out there, and hope everybody in the world finds out who you are and can appreciate your art, and that by next year you'll double what you did this year. That's my prayer for you, and for your family, and
thank you
for your health, and that you're just blessed all around, even as your soul prospers.
Thank you. I really appreciate it.
No, my friend, take care of yourself. We'll talk soon.
Okay, you got it.
Take care, man.
Bye.
Bye.